All right, I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna post this. Can't post messages to some channels. Why not? Mr. Debaka Maker. Hey man. So I've made changes. What camera are we on? We're on the big camera. So I made changes. I want to see, it's going to be really dark, but I want to see if this shows up when I come out with hot material. This is as low an ISO as I could set up on the Power Hammer camera. It only goes down to 200 ISO. My Canon will go down to 100. So we'll see. I started getting a piece hot. Hot-ish. I'm curious. Oh yeah, you can see it. Well, I could see it. You couldn't see it because I didn't switch. Hot damn. I was so excited, but I looked up and I could see it. I'll do that again. One of these days. One of these days. Well, right now I'm testing out camera settings. So I think what I'm shooting for is Wednesday night schedule. What's going on? I saw a lot of message there. Oh, it's Thomas. Well, we can talk about it, Thomas. If Wednesdays work for you, to be honest, I'm pretty flexible. I can't do Thursday nights consistently because I will usually go out to Kurt Fehrenbach's shop on Thursdays. Tomorrow might be an exception. I don't know yet. So Thursdays would be inconsistent for me. Weekends, I can do weekends. The problem with, well, obviously, I can do Fridays, but then I would not want to stream during Roy's stream. So there would be one Friday a month that I wouldn't do. But typically for me, weekends are going to be like just kind of pop-up streams, if you want to call it that. So if I got somebody here or something and we want to do something, we'll stream it. Paul was here Monday night. We did not stream anything because, well, we had other things we wanted to get done. But in the future, we'll do that. But yeah, other weeks, I definitely don't want to step on other people's toes. And obviously you don't either. So yeah, we can work something out, man. I'm really looking for like a day during the week that I can consistently do and try to maintain a schedule. And I think for me, Wednesday nights can do that, but I can also do Tuesdays and potentially Mondays. What I can't do I can't consistently do Thursdays, and I don't want to do Friday, Saturday. Sundays, maybe Sunday evening. I don't know. Usually on Sunday, I'm either going hard in the shop trying to wrap up things that I want to get done before I have to go back to work, or I'm so exhausted from Friday, Saturday that I need Sunday to recuperate. So I'm going to switch to the camera because I want to see it. Like I said, it's really dark right now, but when I looked up, it looked like it was coming through pretty good. So let's take a look. You guys let me know what you think. we go. I'm gonna come back over that one more time now. Oh yeah. So the problem is when it gets cold, you can't see. So it might be one of those. It might be one of those things that I'm going to switch it back and see how it looks. But it might be one of those things that, unless I'm really shooting to get like that kind of detail, I might just have to suffice with what I've got. Okay, menu, ISO, where are you? I always have to come back and look. Oops, wrong buttons. Going from one camera to another, man, is let's try this one and see how we do. It's still a little dark, but at least when it gets cold, in theory, you'll be able to see what I'm doing, right? Right? So, I'm doing another horse head too while I'm at it, because Ed Brazil gave me some feedback a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't 100% certain what he was talking about. And then I got to looking at, well, this isn't the horse head, but I got to looking at the one I did for Thomas, and I think it looks fine, but I saw what Ed was talking about, so I'm trying to be consistent with my approach and keep them similar. And there was a set down in there that I was not doing that with. So it's just something I'm trying to be mindful of as I go forward. So we'll see. And the forge is not really, well, it's getting hot now. So let's switch over to this again, see how it looks. Y'all let me know. It's not very hot right now. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. Let me get a scribe. It's like my pointer. This is what I was talking about. Oh, it's getting dark now. All right, so let me know how that looked, and I'll come over to the camera without tripping over all these cables. So this set down right here. So right here, I had a tendency to take that way too far. I mean, like, and honestly, this one is not, it's not too far, but it's still a little deeper than I would have liked to have gone. I would prefer that to be a little bit more down in this range. But be that as it may, that's what I got. So, things to work on, things to think about as I do these. But since I got this far, I might as well finish it. And I might, yeah, no problem on the links. And I might make this a hook. Yeah, so if you're just using your phone, so this, and I'm sure Roy knows more about this than me, but the one thing I will say is using your phone, you're fine with a cheap tripod. You don't have to buy a $1,000 tripod either, but be very careful on your tripod selection. Like, I've got a tripod, it's just a poopy little Amazon Basics flimsy tripod. But for holding a phone, it's more than adequate. More than adequate. I would not, however, put one of my actual cameras on this thing. It's too flimsy for that, in my opinion. For that, I mean, if you've got a $500 camera or more expensive than that, invest the money and buy a. This microphone looks really hot. Let me drop it down one notch. Invest the money and buy a good tripod. You don't have to break the bank to do it, but like the ones I'm using, I think one of the links might have been $60 or something. I don't know. But it's still a pretty sturdy one. And then I dropped a little bit of extra money and bought a much heavier duty one. And yeah, it's the extra $70 I spent on that tripod. You can literally feel the difference in it. I mean, but that's this camera here, that tripod, plus, and the camera on it's that big, and eventually, I might have some lighting stuff attached to it. We'll see. But, I just be wary of that. Going live on YouTube with the phone. There's a rule for that? I don't know. I do not know. I think there's definitely something there that you have to do. And I think the reason is because, like, I don't know if you guys remember, like 10 years ago, some whack job went on a shooting spree and YouTube lived it. And I think that's why they do that now. So I think there's something there that you have to do. But I don't know that for certain. I could be confusing that with Facebook Live. But Facebook doesn't make it difficult at all. I'm pretty sure that dude did it on YouTube though. Because I don't think when that happened, I don't think Facebook had that option at the time. So I need an eyeball. I need a nose. I'm gonna need a ball punch or ball fuller. I'm gonna need a fuller. That one looks good. I'll need a slot punch. This one is bent, I think. When I picked it up, it looked bent, so I might need to straighten this one. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna put it over here so I remember though. I'll put it over there so I don't remember. Need a punch. What am I missing? Oh, a chisel. Derp. Okay. I also had the pressure on the forge turned down quite a bit, so it's not coming out crazy hot. But I'm gonna go ahead and put an eyeball on this guy. Oh, make sure I got it in the right orientation. No, I ain't gonna do that. I was about to double hit it, and I always pay the price for that. There we go, shearing the nose off again. I hit that way too hard. You guys can't see any of this. It's probably a good thing. Yeah. I don't know why I do that. Sometimes I do that. I have this bad habit of hitting way too hard on the nose punch, and it's really sharp, And as you can see, that went way deep. Like, I tried my best to turn this dude into a rhinoceros. I'm going to start this over. Cut this off and start this over. I ain't scared. That'll give me another chance to flip to the other camera that I keep forgetting to do. Oh, I'm working. A work in progress. I'm also, with the schedule thing, I'm trying to go whatever night, like 8 o'clock, and then 8 to probably 11, maybe midnight. We'll see, but for sure 8 to 11, and we'll go from there. Oh, you know, I was going to show you, Thomas, if you're going to stick around. I can do it on here if I can find a piece of material to work with. Those set downs I was talking about on the tongs, and to be honest, I don't know that that matters too much, but if you want to see it, I can do it. But I think what's most important on those is consistency, doing the same thing every time, and getting it drilled in your head so that you don't have to think about it when you come out for a heat. That's what I did. I just took a piece of 3/8 and just practiced those steps. I just practiced them and drilled it into my brain. That's good and bad. The bad part is now that I go to the power hammer, those steps are different. So now I think what I'm gonna have to do is start practicing that on the power hammer, the steps for doing tongs into the power hammer, because it is really tripped up my brain. I'm going to cut this off right where the forging starts and stops. I'll hit that on the grinder real quick. I say real quick, and I'm sorry I didn't mute that. I say real quick, that's a lot harder to do when you can't hold it up here. You know, so because I'm used to being able to hold it and support it, and I'm like doing it one-handed. What am I making? I am going to make, well, right now, just real quick, I'm going to practice another horse head, and then we'll make it up as we go. So people, I'm trying to get better about repeating the comments as I see them before I answer them, because I know cross-platform, you guys can't see each other's comments. So somebody had asked what I was making on Twitch, so I'll repeat that as best I can remember to do. This is the same idiot that can't remember to switch cameras, but also I'll try to remember to do that. And honestly, that's not just, by the way, Thomas, this is something for you too, by the way. When somebody comments something and asks a question, repeat that question, and get in the habit of doing that. I know you don't think you're a demonstrator yet, but you might be one day, and that's a good skill to have. When a person in a crowd asks you a question, repeat that, because usually you will be mic'd up, and not everybody can hear what that person asked. So get in the habit of repeating the question. Hey, James. get in the habit of repeating the question so that everybody can hear it before you answer it. That I, being in enough conferences now, I have seen several people who don't do that, and it gets really frustrating after a while. It's like, well, I know what you just said, but what was the context of that answer? You know, like there was no context because I couldn't hear the person that asked the question. So let's go to Super Dark Anvil Cam. And I'm gonna go right there. All right, now this one. You can kind of see that, huh? I like it. You can't see it anymore though. That's the problem. So, but when I do this, the diagonals and the swoopy thing, it gives you, I don't know how well that's going to come across, but I'll try to get it in the light. It creates a facet in there. Yeah, that's so hard to see. I do apologize. I need to figure some of that out at some point. This is stuff I want to do when I'm doing actual video, like to be able to show the detail. So when I put it on a diagonal, when I'm hitting the diagonal, I'm swooping it around, and then I'll put it this way, and then I'll swoop it out, and you can't even really even see me, huh? So I need to fix. It's the problem with the ISO on this thing is, like, it's so dark, but yeah, I'll have to fix that. I don't know if I can do that on the fly. Let me see. Oh, I can. Look at there. So, way brighter than I prefer, but hey, it is what it is. So when I come out and I put it and I lock it over the edge of the anvil here, I'll tilt it to get the diagonal, and then I'll drag it around, and then I do the same thing on the other side. And then that creates these little facets in there that are still really hard to see on the camera, but it is what it is. And then, oh, here's another thing. So you can see, well, you might not be able to see, but this side is way more than this side. So when I come back out, I'm gonna come to this side again, and I'm gonna try to center that up, because it is not centered, and it just doesn't look that good in my opinion. Like, I mean, it's a keychain, can opener, bottle opener, whatever. In this case, it's probably going to be a hook. You make a hook. Oh yeah. So I brought you guys can actually see this camera. So, oh, look at that amateur move. Anyways, I brought out, this is I don't know what to call it, my Christmas tree with power hammer tools on it. So I got this over here closer to the hammers. It used to be way back in the back shop. So I got that done today, and then I put some tools that I don't really use that much way over here on the back wall. Some of these tools I'm not sure I'll ever use because they're so big. And then Monday, for those that were wondering what I was up to, instead of live streaming, me and my buddy Paul, we both made set hammers. These are struck tools. They're not wedged. It's a friction fit. This one is in, I mean, it's got full contact around the eye, which you should have. You should have that on your hammer anyways. So when people, I just saw a video, Adam Savage made a hammer, machined a hammer. And what, he just basically drilled it out and then slotted it and then stuck a handle on it and then wedged it. And I laughed because I don't know how often he's used a hammer, but I can guarantee you that handle will never stay on that thing. It's a straight eye. There's nothing for the wood to compress against and hold it in there. So that's why, so a hammer eye should be hourglass shaped, right? I mean, that's an exaggeration, but it should be hourglass shaped. So when you drive your wedge, that's why you use a wedge. So when you drive the wedge in, it's pushing that wood out up against the sides of that hourglass, preventing it from sliding back down. But yeah, so a top tool, you can wedge a top tool. I don't recommend it. If you have friends like mine, you will replace, almost any time we do a striking session, I lose a handle. A lot of them can be salvaged by duct taping them together to keep that split from propagating, but inevitably that handle's toast and it's gonna have to get replaced. Bill might have been there when we were at the Coal Iron Works Andy Davis hammer in this year. Well, I guess technically last year, back in December. I was helping a guy make a hammer, and we broke a handle on one of the tools. I think it was a punch. I think we were punching the eye. Broke it. I just knocked it out and went in my truck and grabbed a blank that I had, ran into their grinding room, and within 10 minutes I had a handle back on that thing and we were back up and running. Normally, if I'm thinking and don't procrastinate, I'll have 3 or 4 handles kind of ready to go, so it would have taken even less time. Like actually the set hammer that I just showed, that was a handle I had already had, and it essentially dropped right on it. I didn't have to do any grinding on that handle. It was ready to go. Pickaxes, I don't know nothing about no pickaxes. Pickaxes should be a friction fit, right? So like the handle slides up through it, so then, yeah, so that way you can take them off and read. At least that was all the videos I'd ever seen. There's old time German videos of these guys at a rock quarry, and at some point, the blacksmith would come around and collect all the heads off the pickaxes. I think they had 2. Each guy had 2 heads, so they would use one, and then they would swap, and then the blacksmith guy would come around and grab them all up and reforge them. He'd take them back into the shop, reforge them, and then come back out. And then by the time he got done with that, they were ready to swap them again. So it was like a never-ending cycle. It was pretty cool to watch. But yeah, if you wedged that on there, you couldn't do that. Now, in this day and age, we wouldn't have done. We don't do that anyways, right? In this day and age, they would just, they would just grind it and until there's nothing left, and then pitch it and buy a new one. All right, that's more than plenty hot enough. I don't need a glove yet. Oh, I was gonna fix that. I was gonna fix that thing. So it's, this side needs to come over more. That's better. Better. And then the top. Oh, the bad hit. You guys can't see nothing I'm doing. That's okay. Trust me, I'm fixing it. I will switch though, because I want your, so, you know what, I might need to change the f-stop on this camera. It might be set to like 1.8 or something. All right, anyways, that's looking awfully better. The other problem over here, by the way, is once I stand over the anvil, I have this problem just using it, by the way. When I stand over I cast a ginormous shadow over everything. So that's very problematic for me. And I've been thinking about getting some LED strip lights to put up over here to come down at, I say over here. So I'm gonna put some strip lights up so I can angle them down to hopefully wash that shadow out. But one of the problems I have with lighting on the anvil is it will bounce the light, so I got to be careful with that too. This is all the craziness, man, all this stuff. But I want to get the anvil camera thing down. I really want that to be a feature of my channel, of my streams, whatever. I really want that to be as best as it can be. Yeah, Tomahawks are that way too, the friction fits. Most of them are anyways, they should be. And the same reason as, well, probably not the same total reason, but a big part of that is just like the top tools, like I don't know jack about historical Tomahawks and how they were configured. I know that if you go to an axe throwing place, like in the Tomahawk thing, those are friction fit, and the reason being the same as a top tool. You're likely going to break a handle if you don't. I mean, if you throw the Tomahawk at the target and it hits handle first, it's likely to break. So, but with a friction fit handle, you can just you get back in the game and swap handles really quickly. And if you use the same drift for all those tools, making handles becomes very easy. That was something I learned from Mark Ling, actually. He makes all of his tools, he uses the same drifts, so that way he can make, when he does handles, he does them, by the batches, and then he just selects the best wood grain patterns for his hammers, and then everything else goes on his top tools. That requires a bit of discipline though, which I don't currently have. Here I am relearning to do a horse head, drilling my brain on how to do the horse heads, because there was a couple of steps in there that I was not doing correctly. I would not do a friction fit hammer. Well, I don't know why that wouldn't work. Right? I mean, it's the same concept as a pickaxe, right? Like that swing and then the impact, and it's actually driving, typically that's driving the head further down onto the handle, keeping it well seated. I don't know. I don't see why you couldn't. Maybe we should try one day. All right, let's go to this. I'm going to look at this. This is still a little off. Oh, that did it. That did it. This one's a little off too, though. That did it. All right. All right, let me see if I can do this without cutting this damn nose off. Don't hit that hard, dummy, on this. Don't hit that hard. Hey, Rob, don't hit that hard. You don't have to hit that hard. There we go. Not exactly where it needed to be, but it's where it's at. Chisel. Ooh, this bar is getting toasty. Here. I'm going to hold off on the ear until I bend it. So that's, well, you can't see it. That's where we're at. I'm thinking this is just going to be a hook. Yeah. I wish the nose had been a little better placed, but you know what? It'll hook. It'll hook. Yeah, that makes sense, Roy. Which is also like when on a top tool, if the head flies off because it's not been seated properly, that's usually why it flies off. Somebody doesn't hit it squarely, so they'll hit it and then it kicks it out. Or you weren't holding it straight and they hit it what was originally square and then you moved. I have a friend he's got the shakes, man, and he'll present that top tool and it's like holy shit, dude. Slow that down. Slow that down. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking a hook. I'll just make a hook out of this thing. I don't know what else. I wanted to try to do that. The horse head with that set down right in front of the cheek where the jaw starts. I wanted to do that because I have a tendency to take that too far. So I'd never thought about it before. I just did. I never really thought about it. And now one day I was looking at the one I made for Thomas and I took that one too far. And then now that I understand what it was that Ed was telling me, I can't unsee it. Oh, I moved my vise. I was about to walk back there by the power hammer tools. I'm not going to bend this too much. I mean, it's a hook, right? I mean, but enough. I think that'll be fine. That'll be fine. All right, now I'll put the ear in there. Yeah. Yeah. You guys couldn't see none of that because I forgot to switch again. So the real question for Roy is, when it comes to these cameras, cage or no cage? I mean, I'm seeing pros and cons. But mostly pros, I think, especially for a stationary camera. With one, like if I had a monitor on every camera, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 cables running off of this thing right now. So just from that point of view, the cage seems like it would help with cable management. Cage all the way. All right. Yeah, I was leaning that way. I was leaning that way. They're not inexpensive though. It seems like there's dirt cheap, and boy do they look dirt cheap. And then there's mid-range. I say mid-range, but they're like 100 plus. And then there's like, are they serious with that price? It's like it's aluminum. That's the other thing is I'm Mike and I've got a mill, I've got a lathe. You know, I might try making some. However, I will say I have learned this lesson. I scoffed at the idea of buying T-slot nuts for my mill because they were $12 for 5 of them. And I was like, that is outrageous. So I set about making them. My shop rate came out to about $2.50 an hour. So if I make a cage, it's just going to be for funsies, not for saving money. Easier to mount peripherals too, yeah. I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to say I won't, but I don't know how much in the way lighting I think would, like if I could get smaller lights, especially for like anvil cam, I think would be handy. And then the monitors, because like right now I'm just using the flip screens on the monitors. I don't necessarily need them because I can see everything. I can't really show you guys, but I got a whatever size 50-something inch TV in here, and I'm running my feed into that so I can see everything. Small rig, yeah, those are the ones I was looking at. But yeah, so I can see everything. I just can't see. I can't see detail. So like Anvil Cam, I have a monitor on that. I have a Field World monitor on that, 7-inch monitor, and I think I'm going to get one for the Power Hammer camera. I'm not going to get one for my camcorder. The camcorder is what I use for the wide view. I don't see a need for that one. I can barely, I mean, it's, at this point, it's, I'm going to guess at least 8 feet away from me. So even if I had one over there, I wouldn't really even be able to see it. But yeah, I was telling Thomas about the tripods. He bought it. I was like, I got one of these chintzy little Amazon Basics tripods. I mean, it's super light, and it's great for a phone. But I would not put one of my cameras on this. In fact, when I ordered it and bought it, it was for a camera, and I got it, and I was like, oh, no. But it was like 12 bucks. Yep, that's what I use for the, I bought one of their stands, which is the heavy duty stand, and I think, I don't know how tall it can go, but it's their heavy duty. It's the heaviest one I got, and I got a Mac trim for the other one. I wanted to see which ones I liked, and then the newer or the newer or whatever they are. I think I'm just gonna stick with those. They seem fine for what I do. And they had a pair of lights I was looking at buying. That one's gonna have to wait. Those were, I think the set were $150. But they look like pretty big lights. All right, I need, oh, this bar's getting toasty. Hey, let's go to Anvil Cam. Oh! I don't know how well you can actually see any of that. There we go. Oh, you use those fancy dancy Manfrotto tripods. Yeah, Rob can afford the fancy dancy Manfrotto tripods. Rob is not going to afford the fancy dancy. For that kind of money, man, I could buy some cool machining tools and some more. Yeah, I looked at them and they look nice. I don't think. We'll see where I'm at in a year or two, and then it might be worthwhile to upgrade. I fully see the value in them, especially those look not only nice, but they look like they're solid. I think they had a carbon fiber one I was looking at that was like, man, that's pretty sweet. But I can't justify that right now. Actually, if I were to spend that kind of money right now, I would get, um, I would get more lenses. Like I'm not overly, I don't hate the lens that came with the Lumix, but I'm not overly impressed with it. I mean, for a lens that came with it, I think it was better than the lens that came with my Canon. But when I compare, now this is an unfair comparison. When I compare the lens that I have on the Canon right now, let's see, that's the Canon. So when I compare that, now it's really dark. I have the ISO turned way down because it's, you know, I'm going to bring hot material out to it. But when I compare those images, the prime lens on the Canon wins, but it was a $300 lens at the time. So I wouldn't mind buying a couple of nice lenses for the Lumix as well. $5 at Goodwill. I don't even know where, I think there's a Goodwill in Muncie. I think. I don't know. Hey, look at me. I left it on Animal Cam. On purpose. On purpose. Hey, get in there. No, see, this one needs to go up a little further. All right. This bar. I'm just taking those fullers a little deeper. I'm gonna cool this off because it's getting toasty on my legs and other spots. It's getting toasty on the other spots. I got my forge mop. The other one that I had, I found it too finally. It was out in my coal bin or my coke bin. I was digging around out there looking for something. I was like, why? I know why it's out there or was out there. I was like, but why is this out here? Oh yeah, it was when I left Quad State. I left so late that I didn't really pack things up the way I should have, and in the coal I have a big ISO, what is it, with the water tank things, like a 275 gallon thing that I cut down for a coke bin, and I just started throwing things inside of that. I found a blower too. $9.72 a foot. You made $10? How long did it take you to forge that? I have a good idea how long it would have taken me. Because I would have fiddle farted around with it for an ungodly amount of time. What'd I do with my fuller? Oh. Oh, missed. All right, these So I'm going to start tilting this out to push these out a little bit more. I found I like the way that looks. If I had more bar to hold between my legs, or if I was smart enough to switch to tongs, which I'm not, I would actually, I think it would look better to push it towards me. But it's going on my wall, so if you guys don't like it, don't look at my wall. Don't look at it. So I don't need this or this right now. I don't think I need these at all. I cleaned my forge table up today. I was actually going to run coal today, or Coke. But then I want to, see, that's something else. Like, Roy, you don't have a hood, right? You're not running a hood on your coal forge. Does your camera gear get covered in coal dust or coke dust? I'm thinking about building little boxes, acrylic boxes for mine. I don't know if that would, I mean, I guess if I put air vents underneath, it'd be okay, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to protect the gear as best I can. You can't be looking, man. You can't be looking. You look around. So, I don't know, my tagline for my YouTube channel, by the way, I think it's called, I don't know. But anyways, my whole thing for the YouTube channel when I start doing that is you know, viewer discretion is advised, because Rob is Rob and he says things he shouldn't, and you'll definitely see things you wish you hadn't. I am working on that, but there are definitely things in here that you'd look at and be like, what in the world? Why would he do that? Hey, some of it I didn't do, the previous owner did. So, yeah, there's that. His name was Ed. And Ed, let me just say, Ed was not an electrician. But I found that by pushing these out a little bit, it just kind of adds them, it flares them out a little bit more. I like it. I like it. See, now that, by the way, that is something I've looked and tried to figure out. And I think what the consensus is, the Lumix doesn't do that, by the way. It's still going strong, hasn't made any. I'm pretty sure, based off of what I've read on Canon, this is a feature that Canon has added to these lower end cameras. It's a is it a T7 or T5? I forget. It's a T5. So I bought this like 5 years ago, maybe even more. But there's that. But their lower end, like the Rebels and stuff, they apparently they cripple them on purpose to make their higher end cameras more appealing. And I want to say I'm a Canon person. I've never been one to be brand loyal to anything. The only reason I bought this, my grandmother, I believe, bought me my first Canon, and those lenses would fit the T3 she bought me, so she gave me a couple lenses, and those would fit that camera. And then when I bought this one, the reason I bought it was because I knew those lenses would fit this as well, the EF and the EFS. That's the only reason. But knowing what I know now, with Canon doing some of that kind of stuff, and I'm sure they all do things like this to some degree, but knowing that now, I'm a lot less likely to buy another Canon. A lot less likely. So the real question is, I said I'm gonna make a hook. I'm not doing anything fancy with this hook though. I'm gonna punch a spot to put some holes, and that's, oh, you know what? Double jeopardy. Didn't have the tool ready, didn't have the camera ready. I can see where a bad hit there. Yeah, this camera is going to need, it's definitely going to need more light. That's a tricky situation though. Because like when you come out bright and it's like, man, I don't know. There's some trade-offs there, I think. And I tell you what, I've got the pressure down on the gas forge right now, and it's still, the scale is just, it's brutal. Like I'm not, being a cold person, I ain't used to all this, man. I'm gonna have to do some tweaking on this forge, I think. It gets crazy hot, that's for sure. But I have it turned down right now. Maybe I need to turn the air down. It's just the scale is meh. I'm not a fan. Yeah, the whole forging hex, my problem was I'll trap myself into trying to make it perfect, and then I'll end up screwing it up and having to start over 5 times. Hey, Robert Lannis. So, I'm on anvil cam. Let me switch over. I need to, I guess I could put my touch mark on it, even though it's not leaving my shop. And I don't know why I did what I did, because I was going to brush it, but if I'm going to punch it, it's just going to get scaled up anyways. That's not even in focus. All right, so I need to decide how I'm going to punch this. I saw a square punch the other day. Let me see if I still got it here. I do. So I'm going to, while it's still kind of toasty, I'm just going to mark it. Actually, I think Roy made this. I think Roy made this one. I don't remember. Yeah, I think this is, no, I made this one. I have a Roy one somewhere. It's, his is more rectangle, that's what it was. I mean, it's square on the end, but the shank is almost more rectangle. Oh, with the lights. Yeah. Yeah, that's my goal. Like I said, those lights. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get them, and then I'm thinking I'm going to get a couple of. And this isn't just for filming. This is just for me. Some side fill lights to wash out, because like when I stand over the anvil, it casts a pretty significant shadow, and when I'm trying to punch things, that's very problematic for me at times. Well, this is not near as hot as I'd like it to be. It's hot on my hand though. And I'm punching it square for no other reason than it looks cool. So like right now, if I'm not in the light, I can see my shine. But as soon as I stand over it, it's like, oh. But yeah, there. I mean, it's not. Well, one, I don't remember when I made that square punch, but it ain't square, let me tell you. The hell is all of that? Kathy Vyers telling me how much she loves me. I love you too, Kathy. Kathy is a bot, by the way. It was like OnlyFans bots or something. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done anything with CAD 3D. What was the? I was learning Fusion 360 for a minute, but it's out of my price range right now, and I don't do enough stuff that would really utilize all the features that are available to a guy. I'm not doing like crazy, CNC work or anything. So I just went back to SketchUp, and then the free version of SketchUp is what I use. And to be honest, it feels like the paid version. I mean, it's fine, but SketchUp has been. It feels like they've nerfed the hell out of it since the last time I used it many years ago when it first came out, and it was just free. It's like a lot of things that you should be able to do, you have to buy the paid version to do it now. I'm like, that's really weird. I mean, I get it. Everybody wants to make money, right? Everybody got to eat. All right, let's see if I can do another one. Somewhat. I don't know, right there. That seems like a good spot. have to definitely get some tongs out here in a minute. Oh, another red hit. Okay. That one will have to get hot because I dicked around too long. Yeah, there's a lot of, there's a lot of like really simple geometry in them, and then there's also a lot of very complex geometry in them. I was trying to today, so I sketched up in SketchUp a striking anvil. I did that today, and I like how everything came out, but it's just generic lines, right? I wanted to I was like, oh, it'd be really nice to put the, the radius on the anvil. It'd be nice to radius the edges of the blah, blah, blah. It'd be nice. Then I thought, oh, it'd really be cool is to make the tool rack that goes around, on it and make it a removable part. I'm looking around. I don't know what I did with them. I had some out, but anyways, I thought that would be cool to do. And then I started doing it. I did make a scroll in there. It's basically a Fibonacci scroll. I was happy with that. That was fun to do. That one was off a little bit. It looks fine. It just, this corner here, this one edge didn't shear. Ow. Scale. There we go. All right, that's getting hot again. I'm going to use this whole bar for the hook, by the way. I got a couple of things that I was like, it sure be nice if I had a way to hang that up. Oh, and then I went outside and stole one of my buckets that has rainwater in it for a quench bucket. Because, I'm still too lazy to go back to the house and get one. We'll get this a little warm and knock those plugs out before I forget. But I got a couple of things I was going to hang up, and then I realized I didn't have. I don't have hooks big enough for them. So I was like, well, I guess you're going to make a hook today. See, I got. I'll show you. Oh. It's a spring fuller for the power hammer, which I will likely never actually use. I don't want to say that, but these look like they've been quite well abused, but I want to get them off the ground. I don't want them just sitting around. I want to be able to hang them up. And I got another pair that they're not fullering dies, they're tapering dies. spring dies. And those I can see using, but not before I get the big hammer running completely. Like the big hammer's running now. I don't know if you all saw that or not, but I did post it on Facebook and such. I need a little drift. I thought I had one in here. And it's not a little drift. It's not even, it's just like a bar. Okay, well. I will find, oh, here we go. I think that'll work. Oh. I just need something to knock those out with. But, let's hold it. Yeah, that'll hold it. But yeah, I moved all the power hammer tools over into the forge area today. They were all sitting over in the machine shop area. So I got those out of there today. You know, this is one of those moments where the right tool makes all the difference. And this is not the right tool. But it'll work, I think. It's not working well. I might need to. Okay. That'll work. All right. I'm just going to use the punch. I don't like doing that. I don't like using my punch as a drift, but I'm going to in this case. But yeah, back to the big hammer. So over here, you can see it, this thing's almost as tall as I am. And it's full of power hammer tools that I got with, well, not all of them, but a vast majority of these I got with the power hammer when I bought it. Some I got either from Kurt or I made, or Paul and I made. But it used to be way back on the other side of the shop. And I was like, I really need to move that. Doesn't even belong back here. I need to move that. And today, after lunch, I came out and I was like, I'm gonna move it. Today's the day. Today is the day. And I wanted to get my TV tray set back up. So I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but it's over here. This is where I keep most of my, so I have two racks. This one you can't see, I don't think, very well. So I have a tong rack on my forge table. I do keep mostly tongs on it, but I also keep my most used hammers on it. So I got for most used hammers, I got Roy's favorite 3.5 pound rounding hammer. That's my most used. And then I've got a 3 pound, I think it's either 3 or 3.5. Oh, I got a scale now, I forgot. Let me check. So this is, I'll show you once I weigh it. I think it's 3.5. Damn, it's almost 4. But I got this cross peen from Renata down in Brazil. And I love this cross peen for heavy drawing, you know, like lateral movement, you know. Oh my God, this thing is awesome. And then I got my little Brent Bailey I think he calls it the all-rounder or something like that. Little cross peen. And this is like the first handmade hammer I ever bought. And I tell you, I really like this thing. And when I'm doing scrolls, I tend to reach for this one the most when I think about it. I'm stubborn though, and I'll try to use that big beast. But I find it's really handy on the scrolls because it's not beating them to death. It's too hot for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to shear it. Oh, that's part of the problem. Good thing that's on the back side, right? No, it's on the front side. Easy fix. Easy fix. It's gonna have a screw in it. Oh, there will not be pictures of this. That one still ain't out. Come on now. There we go. That one came out clean. Oh, hey, damn it, Rob. That one came out clean, the bottom one did not. But it's not that big a deal. And to be honest, I normally would not even do this square, but I did. I did them square. I'm gonna see if I can knock this rag down. I'm gonna get it hot because it's just throwing scale at me right now. Just throwing scale at me. I didn't think that's something else I should have thought about. Wow, microphone's hot. Sorry. That's something else I should have thought about though, was the direction of where I was punching that from. Because if it was going to leave rag and be ugly and ratty, I would prefer to have been on the back side rather than the front side. Those are the kinds of things I'm trying to get like drilled in my head so that I do them and don't have to think about it as much. It's like one of those things. It's like as soon as I do it and see the results, I'm like, why didn't you just turn that over, dummy? And it wouldn't have mattered. But how can you be a good dummy if you don't dumb? Where's the fun in that? That price. What the shit? I was just talking to a friend about that guy. We're working on things like musical things for the band and interesting. So anyways, I've been out here for more than an hour, on air for an hour and 20 minutes, and all I've managed to do is make a horse head and 2 holes. So I need to stop yapping and start whacking. And is that trademarked? I don't want some British guy coming after me. No. Don't need that anymore. Put that away. Don't need these. Put these away. I don't even know why I got the slot punch out. I think I had it in my brain I was going to make a bottle opener. All right, so all I'm going to do is fix that. What do I do with the, there it is. I'm going to fix that, or try. I'm going to try to fix that. Much better. And then since I opened that one up, I might as well open this one up. All right, there we go. So now, I pushed that rag to the back, but I'm okay with that because you ain't gonna see it. I'm pointing. I'm pointing at the damn camera, and there ain't no. It's not on that camera. Ah. Okay. Anyways, I will come over here and show you. So that's where the horse is. See how chewed up he looks, just from the. That's all scale. Anyways, it'll hook. So I'm just going to turn the rest of this into a hook. I think we should flare this end out. What do y'all think? I think so. I think we should flare that out and make it all fancy dancy or something. But meanwhile, I need to cool this other end off so I have something I can actually hold on to. On the Alex Steel part of that, the less yak yak and more whack whack thing, I want to say, wasn't it one of his viewers that said that? And then he just kind of ran with it? So it wasn't like something he made up. Not that I'm not worried. I ain't got nothing he can take. He can try and get this power hammer. Good luck, buddy. You're going to take the foundation with it. I will say we ran the power hammer, the big hammer, a little bit Monday night. We didn't get too carried away because we know that there are some things that need to get addressed. But I mean, it was nice. One of the things I really like about it. One of the things I really like the big hammer on that foundation. I mean, I was. Fishtail scroll, yeah, is that what it's called? But one of the things I really like about it is if you're on the hammer and you're running it, you really don't feel it. And if you're standing back here, if you're standing outside of the pad that it is on, so it's isolated. It's 4 feet deep, 4 feet wide, and 6 feet long. And it's isolated from the main slab by about an inch. And when it's running, when it was hitting hard, I could barely feel it over here. Like barely feel it. And right on the slab, you could feel it, but it wasn't rocking, the whole shop. Which is, to me, that made all the effort Paul and I had put into it well worth it. Well worth the effort. You know what? I need to grind this in. I will mute it this time now. If I find a button. All right, be warned. In this particular instance, in many particular instances, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let the record state, Rob Huff currently has zero idea what he is doing. I also just realized that I left my damn water in the house, so I'm gonna walk back here and get myself a coffee cup and make myself a little water, because I'm thirsty. I love having bottled water in the shop to drink from. It is a handy dandy little thing, but I'm almost out, which means I need to replace it. Not a big deal, but thinking about adding a fridge too at some point, just a small one. Hey, Kevin. Wednesday night forging. Well, Wednesday night watching. There you go. I could, ew, I could try to do some of this under the power hammer. I mean, what's a little cheatery? And I set the damn camera up, so I should actually try to use it, right? Let's see. How on earth will we go about doing that? Let's see. So many tools to choose from and so little time. Ooh, I have an idea. And it's not an ideal tool. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's not shaped ideally for what I'm going to try to do. The tool is, the handle, not so much. So I'm going to use, I don't know, really, it's like a tapered fuller is essentially what it is. And then this one's round. So I'm thinking, ideally what this would do, this would have a bend in it so that you can run it, you know. But hey, I'll just do it by hand. No, I'll do it with the power hammer. I'll isolate the material with the power hammer. How about that? Or do I even need to? I don't think I need to. Let's keep it simple, dummy. We can play with the power hammer later. We'll get out that crossbeam I was talking up so much. You guys can't see a dang thing, can you? That's where that's at. So far. I'm just going to leave it on anvil cam for now so I don't forget again and then waste heat reaching over to click on buttons and stuff. I'm going to put a glove on though. That bar is heating up a lot quicker now. I just because it's, well, one, it lost, what, 2 inches from the head. We were forging stuff. We were doing those set hammers on Monday under the hammer. Everything, so that set hammer, by the way, everything on this was done under the power hammer. So every aspect of this, except for drifting, and touch marks, we had done under the power hammer. The tire hammers mostly. We used the big hammer to upset the billet a little bit and open up the hole a bit because the punches we used, the punch I used, the punch we both used was it left a fairly small hole, so we needed to be able to stretch that hole out pretty quickly. Otherwise, we'd have been sitting there drifting it for an hour to get it where we wanted it. I think I'm taking one more pass. And on this next heat, I'll actually bring it up closer to the edge so I can get that far side on that down a little further, a little smaller. And I have pointed out correctly that I do not know what I am doing, right? Like, I just want to make sure that's clear. Maybe I should draw an ugly version of this so I have some kind of basis to work from. So we're gonna have, if I did it over here, could you guys even see it? So it's gonna be, what? Just gonna have a little doodad like that. No, that should be this way. See, this is why. So yeah, it should go that way. You guys can't even see that, so it do not matter. Let me do it over here though, so I can see it. It needs to come this way. Like that. I don't, if I switch to the big camera, I still doubt you could see it, but you can't see that. Trust me, I drew some stuff. Just trust me, man. All you gotta do is trust me. Okay, now I'm gonna put this. A little less than nice. Trying to clean this up. Whoa, I have an idea. See, now this is. So it kind of got away from me. I need to clean it up a little bit, but no biggie. It's a hook. It's going to be on my wall in my shop, hidden away with a giant doodad on it. And I can say one thing, I have seen way worse. Rustic. Traditional. Still gonna look at it. When doing the curly cues on these hooks, Bill Corey can attest to this. I have a bad habit of throwing my microphone on the ground. I have a bad habit of I gotta figure out a better way to. I've got a separate lav mic for this. I need to just set it up because this thing is kind of clumsy and clunky on a hoodie. But anyways, I have a bad habit of turning the curly cue the wrong direction. And then on like a round hook, that's not such a big deal. I can just fix it. But you know, it's flat bar. That's going to be problematic. I could put a twist in it, I guess. Decorative twist in flat bar. That'll make sense. Oh. Yeah, this side came, I inadvertently pulled this side out a little more, so I need to work on that on this other side. So my thought is you turn it this way. No, it would be this way, right? Yeah, you fold it down because when you do the hook, yeah? And then how that should go? So I would bend it the curly Q, start it this way, and then when I do the hook, it'd come out right, right? In my brain, that makes sense? I'm sure I got that all screwed up. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip it over on the side I intend to bend it, and I'm gonna use this cross peen instead because I want to leave those hammer marks in it. In my brain, that makes sense. In my brain, that would look cool. And probably only in my brain. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this side. I don't want to leave it like that. Right? And then I'll bend it this way, and then when I come back this way, no, it should be this side. No, right? When I bend that down, the texture will be on the inside. I don't want the texture on the inside, I want it on the outside. I guess it's just gonna get even more fanny and fancy. I don't care. It's just gonna be a hook. That should give you an idea how many hooks I actually make. I mean, it's not something I really think about. I don't really do very often. It's something that I know this year I want to do more of, though. I want to do more hooks. God, I really don't, but I want to practice it and get it drilled into my brain, what I need to do, make them look good, and get, it was one of those things that I just kind of, for whatever reason, I shunned the idea. All right, that's not the most symmetrical, and I'm okay with that. I ain't trying to practice my hooks in a 2-hour stream. I was going to do, and I want to do it. I don't know that Thomas is still watching or not, but I was going to do that tong set down real quick. Words are hard. So while I'm thinking about it, I'll dig out a piece of stock. I had a piece. What did I do? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna go grind it. I don't like I don't like working from a straight cut. I always put a bevel on them. It reduces the the chances of fish slipping and things like that. There's already a pair of tongs. There's already a tong blank on this other end, but I did this under the power hammer, so I'm not going to try to match it. I'm just going to do here. This is, I think it's 3/4 inch. Might be 5/8. There's too many lines on that one. Yeah, it's just 3/4 inch. So I'll slip that in there, let it get nice and toasty. Thomas has mastered the art of lurking. I think Netflix, there's a new series coming out, like House of Ninjas or something like that. For whatever reason, that made me think of that. Show looks kind of funny, kind of cool too, but I think it's in Japanese, so you'll have to watch it with subtitles. But it's a ninja related thing, so I'll watch it. All right. Okay, I don't hate that so far. Getting it in and out of the forge is getting a little tricky. I'm gonna have to move my door, I think. Because it'll take that sucker rod. Ah, damn, it's almost hot. It'll take it a minute to get hot. I'm gonna soak it, let it get nice and toasty, and I'll switch to a bigger hammer. I might even try to do a good job so it looks good and I can use it at some point. So what I'll do is, while I'm thinking about it, I will mark off on my anvil one inch for the jaw or the bit. And then I got a 1/2 inch. Yeah, a 1/2 inch for the boss. Just so I set them down. And if I do it again, I'll know. Inch, 1/2 inch. And then when I go to do the other pair, I at least stand a chance. I don't know. I'm trying to visualize this and determine how much of this I really need to, how much further I need to go. I'm going to quench this off. I don't know, what do you guys think? Think that's good enough? Got a nick right there I wish I didn't have, but it's kind of crinkly on the very end. I don't like that, but you know, it is what it is now. I am gonna use a jig to get, I think that's gonna be big enough. I can check it. So I'm gonna switch to the other. So I'm gonna use it's not a hook jig per se, but that's pretty close. That'll work. That'll work. And then I need to move. You guys can't see. I can move the camera though. I need to move my blower, my hand crank blower, because I'm finding that as I walk through here, I have a tendency to run into the handle. And it's not hooked up right now. I'm using an electric blower on the Fords now. So I need to move this. I just need to figure out where I want to move it to. This is probably my favorite blower. It's a Champion 400 and it runs like a dream. I mean, most Champions are, this thing is really quiet, runs pretty smooth. It's a little stiff, but it runs really nice. That one does not leave my shop. So that one never travels with me. I'm just going to quench off this end a little bit just so I don't inadvertently bend it. Let's see if there's enough on this bad boy to do what I want. This is a little bit big, but that's okay. That's okay. I can actually bend these cold. There we go. Need to close that up a little bit, but it's in line. I'll come over here and I need to close it up a little bit, but That camera is not good for that. So let me come over here and show you. So I need to close it up a little bit more, but for the most part, I'm happy with that. I mean, it's not perfectly in line. I can fix that though. Probably close it up as is. Probably got enough heat to do that. We'll see. Well, I need to get it hot to get it back in line now. But that will hook. That will hook. I'm gonna I mean, it looks fine. What was I thinking? Let me put it. That looks fine. One little spot. That's probably what stoned my eye off. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna call that good. Good enough. It'll hold the doodad. So I'm gonna put that over here. I'll put a finish on it tomorrow probably, and then bolt it down. Meanwhile, this is purely for Thomas, not anything else. Only reason I'm doing it. Well, I tried to wipe my marks off, but they're still there. I'm gonna reestablish those though. You don't have to do marks, by the way. I'm just doing that so, because I'm not making both sides of this. If these turn out okay and I decide to make tongs out of them, I'll at least have, something to, a reference point. And I know I did 1 inch and 1/2 inch, so I can reestablish those lines later and, in theory, be able to come back to that. We'll see. We will see. I'm about to come out, so I need to switch to the other camera. All right. Buttons. I would prefer this to be a lot hotter, by the way. So, I'm gonna come over here. I don't know why I put that mark there, to be honest. I'm not gonna use it. So I went from here, I turned 90, and I'm doing my 45. Turn 90, where my forging starts and stops. Turn 90, bring it back to the near side. And then, well, you want to get that back in line. But, so I got my first set down, my second set down, my third, and then I bring it back. And the reason I do this is it promotes the taper on this side, and you want to get that below the boss area, which is not quite there, but it's at least established. And that promotes the taper this way versus this way. So it promotes the taper that way towards the reins versus if you don't do that set down, you're more likely to get a taper into your boss, which you don't want. You want it to taper away from the boss. That's, I think, a set down a lot of people miss. It's not that you can't make tongs without doing that. I find it easier to do it that way. So that first, and then don't try to make don't try to do the bit and then the boss and then all that all at once. Sneak up on it, work up to it. Develop the jaws and the boss, because if you take your bit all the way down right in one go, it's really easy to shoot past that. Especially like that relationship between the boss and the jaw or the bit, right? Like it really it shouldn't be less than half of that material. It can be a little bit, but you don't want to get it too thin there, because now if it's too thin there, it's going to make the actual bits weak. This is sucker rod, so it'd probably be okay. That's the thing. You don't have to use sucker rod either. The only time I prefer spring steel or sucker rod for tongs is when I'm making like pickup tongs, and that really depends on the pickup tongs. And hammer eye tongs. Scrolling tongs, I guess. But all the other things, for the most part, mild is fine. In fact, what's nice about mild is, especially if you're working under a power hammer, is if you smash them under a power hammer, you just get them hot and fix them and quench them and get back to work. You can't do that with like sucker rod and coil spring. You got to let them cool down. But my goal for all my power hammer stuff, well, just tongs in general, anytime when I do tools, I always try to make 2 at least, if not more, because usually the second or third one's the best one anyways, usually. Not always the case. Sometimes my 4th one is the best one and the 3rd one's the worst. I don't understand that, but it happens. This lighter, I'm gonna go throw it away because I pulled it out of my pocket like 3 times today and kept telling myself, that lighter's dead, throw it away. And I don't. So I'm just gonna go back over all those set downs. But I'm gonna go over a more radius edge this time. I keep getting caught in my hoodie. So yeah, it's starting to look more like a pair or a tong blank. I'm gonna go ahead and get it hot again. Bad hit in there too, you could see it. I was showing the wrong damn camera again. Anyways, all I did was went back over that again, essentially the same number of hits. I will show you what I did differently though when I come back out. Hammer eye tongs should never be quenched. Or at least mine. If you run into anybody that has Brian Brazil style hammer eye tongs, you should never quench those. 9 times out of 10, they're made out of coil spring or 4140. They're not meant to be quenched. It's a good way to destroy a pair of very expensive tongs. And those tongs take a long time to make. I know a lot of people think they can make them. Most people cannot. They don't do it right. There's a lot of don't want to say it's not a secret. If you asked any of us, we'd tell you, but it's not. There's not really good videos out there explaining it. Ethan Hardy has a video kind of explaining some of the intricacies of them, but he doesn't go into detail on making them. But they're a difficult pair of tongs to make. So if you ever run into a person, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll show you. I know Thomas knows, but these are, in fact, these are Brian Brazil hammer tongs. Brian made these. These are made out of coil spring, and they should never be quenched. Should never be quenched. If you're going to get, if it gets to that point, one, you should really only be using these tongs to manipulate your material. Don't use these tongs to deal with your fire. You should never use tongs to manage your fire in the first place, but don't use these. And if you've got a gas forge, don't use these to pull your material in and out. That's a quick way to heat them up. Get a pair of pickup tongs or a hook that will allow you to hook into that material and bring it out and then grab it up. That's just not a good idea. They'll heat up quick. I make it a general rule for me not to quench my tongs. I would rather have 2 pair of the same tongs and then just switch to a different pair. That's just me. But if I know that they were made out of mild, it's fine. If I know that they're not screaming hot, it's fine. But, you know, if you've been working on a hammer, you know, and you're midway through working on this hammer and you've been using the tongs the whole time, I can guarantee you those tongs are hot and should not be quenched. Now, if you've just picked it up and set it down, you can quench them off. That's, at that point, it's just steaming. It's not sizzling, right? So I'm going to switch to the camera this time, and I'll show you what I did. So I'm going to come back over one more time. 1, 2, 3. You'll notice I hit about the same time every time. Then I came back over here. And then I came over here. I didn't mean to do that. It'll be fine. But, so I still got quite a ways to go on both those set downs. But they're well defined. And I know that the boss looks pretty small right now, but hell, that thing is 1/2 inch thick. So by the time it gets down to 3/8, which is where I'm going to take it, it's going to grow. And then I should do like a whole video, because I don't know. I think Alex still might have a video. I don't remember if he goes through everything with the near and far. But one of the things, I don't necessarily, he does a good job, but I feel like my point of view on Alex's video of using the edge of the anvil, I feel like it might be biased because I already know. So I need to really watch it again. Otherwise, I'll do a video. But Alec has got a really good video on using the edges of the anvil for breaking down material. I mean, we're just doing tongs right now, but everything with these tongs are really kind of fundamental practices that Brian teaches using the near and far side of the anvil. And I will, let me get my water down. I will show that real quick, the best I can. So, I mean, yeah, we're just isolating the bit, right? Oh, my finger's stuck. Too sharp of an edge right there. So what I did over here, by the way, so I came here, I turned 90, well, came here, turned 90, and then I did another 90. So I'm just isolating this. But if you look at it, you can see the taper is going that way, right? Like, it's subtle, but it's there. You can definitely see it. That's a terrible pointer. Here's a pointer. So you can see it's tapering down away from the boss area. But just like a leaf, right? When we do a leaf, this area isn't, I can't support it. I can only work this side and then I have to bring it to this side. So I have to work it back and forth. If I try to work it on the anvil, right, I got a hump. So if I were to hit that, obviously it's just going to bend. And then if I turn it over here, well, it's going to bend and probably cause problems with the boss. So I have to keep it supported while I work this. Yep. That bar is getting hot. It's getting hot, y'all. Yeah, the 45. So yeah, it's just your first set down, turn it 90 degrees, put it on a 45. That's your second set down. Turn it 90 degrees, square it back up. Another set down. Now you've isolated your bit and your boss and start of your reins. That fourth one is what promotes the taper into the reins versus into the boss. And again, you don't have to do it. I know a lot of guys that don't do it, but it seems, I find it very helpful. But that's also probably a big, the way I work is a big factor in that. So I use the edges. I don't draw out on the horn, and you could probably accomplish the same thing on the horn. You really, if you think about how you're using the horn, a lot of times, all you're doing is replicating what you would normally do on the edge. It's just what side of the horn you're using for certain things, or the angle in which you tilt. I've seen guys drawing stuff out where they got like, they're holding the material way up here and they're coming in, way down here. It's crazy, but it works for them. So it's whatever you're used to. I'm a firm believer, and I have no evidence of this whatsoever, but I'm a firm believer that the edge of the anvil was used really up until modern times, for the most part, when it became evident that people weren't born into the craft anymore, right? So when you just have people looking for work, trying to do work, and you want to teach them how to do something, I think what it boiled down to is showing them how to do that on the horn, I think, was easier than the learning curve of using the edge. I really believe that, because it makes sense to me. Like why would that have become a thing? Because the horn is a relatively new addition to anvils, in the grand scheme of things. So if you think about it, it's like, well, yeah, because it's a lot easier to do. And then as in later times, everybody is gung ho for the for great grandpa's anvil that's got no edges on it worth using. It looks like the Grand Canyon. I mean, they don't have any other option other than to use the horn. So, but I'm not one of the Brazil nuts that will give people grief for using the horn. I don't do it. I mean, in terms of using the horn, I don't use it much. I use it sometimes for some things, but it's rare. I'm a big believer in, hey man, just do whatever you're comfortable with. The only thing that kills me is when I see people banging flats. When you're taking a flat face of your hammer and you're hitting the flat of an anvil and you're just banging it, that's like the least effective forging I've ever seen. And there's a lot of people that do it. One of which is a somewhat big blacksmith YouTuber. Kills me every time he does it because he'll say things like, you know, it's more efficient to use the horn to do this, but here I am smashing flats. Damn it, John, what are you doing? I see him do that, and I swear I want to throw my shoes at the TV. You're doing the same thing here, and I'll show you here in a minute. But I want to start working on this a little bit. Hey now, there we go. Clean this up a little bit. I want to taper this out. And then I'll show you. That's gonna make me sad. Landed in scale. I'll show you. I'm just cleaning up that boss right now. That's why I didn't switch the camera. Or not the boss, but the bits. I was just cleaning those up. There was no reason to go into any detail on that. Unless you guys wanted to see it. But I'll switch now so I don't forget. As far as the toothpaste thing goes, yes. It's the same thing on the edge of the, notice like that video that Roy just did about dressing your anvil. That's almost exactly how I dress my anvils. I have a heavy radius up front. So it's a pretty heavy radius. I don't know what that is. And honestly, I feel like it could be a little bit bigger. And I keep that at about 2 inches up here. And then from there, it tapers back to a fairly sharp radius on the back end, and then I left the heel pretty sharp as well. I mean, they're not sharp. I radiused them over a little bit, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's sharp. I see a lot of guys that only radius the far side of their anvil, which is, it's like, well, you're halfway there. It's like, you don't use the near side of your anvil? But I mean, I don't know. Maybe they don't. I will say this is going to be a little tricky for me to do because, listen to me make excuses. This is going to be a little tricky for me to do because, one, the back end of the bar I'm holding isn't the same size stock, so it's like 3/8, and it tapers up into the 3/4 inch, so it's a little weird to try to manipulate it sometimes. It shouldn't be that weird, right? It should be like holding tongs, but it just doesn't feel right to me. And then the other thing is I don't feel like, well, the pressure on the forge isn't really cranked up right now, so it's not coming out as hot as it could be. So there is that. Oh, also the damn thing's hot. Like the whole bar is getting hot. And I've got a little quench bucket here, but this bar is way too long for that. So I have that piece isolated, right? Where the rains are actually starting. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start forging reins, and I'm going to work my way into that area. And I'll put my smoke down for that. And I think it should be hot enough. It's not going to move like it could. But I'm going to come over the heavy radius side with the round side of my hammer. And I'm just going to take a little chunk. You see that step, right? I want to stay off of that for right now. Doing the same thing though, just squeezing it. I'm already down, essentially. But all I was doing is squeezing squeezing the toothpaste. I'm just doing it more aggressively on the edge. But yeah, you could do it down here. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, so now I got the taper. See, this is a good example, right? Like, had I done this here without doing those set downs up here, you see where that taper is going? It's going into that bar. So had I not set that down originally, it would have tried to do that into the boss, which I don't want. Oh. And you could do, if you switch to the, so when that's getting too aggressive, you can switch to the flat face of the hammer, and that will reduce the aggression level significantly. You can go from half face blows to like 3/4 blows, hammer face blows, to planishing. That's what I call that. At this point, you're planishing. If you want to bar a piece of material up, you can also do a taper on the near side, essentially a reverse taper, but you can also bar the material up by doing the 3/4 face blows. So when you have the bar down to where you want it, then you feed it in here, and what that's doing is the amount of material on this side, there's so much that it increases the surface area so much that the only thing that can move is really what's over here. So it's taking everything down to the same level. I had to show somebody that one's a little tricky to understand, I guess, but once you see it, I think it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you can use the horn. I mean, I know some people, will say, some of the Brazil nuts will say something about it. I don't say anything, man. I don't. I'm a big believer. Same with hammers. I'm a big believer in doing and using what inspires you to work. So as long as what you're doing inspires you to do work, and if it really inspires you to do good work, then even better, right? That's the way I look at it. I mean, not that I do good work, but working on it. I'm working on doing good work. How about that? I'm working on doing good work. I feel like that's going to be a perpetual life's dream for me. See, this stuff is just not, I really should crank this up, but so that is almost there where I want it. So knowing that, I want to stay away from it. And yeah, so that's almost where I want it. This piece right here. And since I haven't actually used it yet, and I set the damn thing up, I'm going to switch to power hammer camera. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I'll never tell. I mean, if you're trying to do the techniques that we're doing and I see you doing them wrong, I will say, hey, you're not doing that quite right. But, let me help you with that if I can. But if you're using a different technique, and it's doing what you want it to do, I don't know. I approach a lot of things like that. Like when I take more recent history, when I've taken classes with Roy, there's been things where I've been like, I personally wouldn't do it like that in my shop. But I always try to remember to do this. Try it their way in the class. That's why you're there, right? So I always try. I think I made an exception to that rule one time. We were doing the garden bench, and when we were doing the slots for the tenon so we were cutting the mortise essentially on the garden bench. What Roy had us do was drill out. I think we'd mark out the spot, and then we'd drill three holes, and then chisel out in between them 3 or 4 or whatever, how many holes it was that we drilled. But then you chisel it out, and I fully understand why he did it that way. And I did it that way, and I hated every minute of it. But I did it. But then I was in there looking at it, and I was like, man, that looks an awful lot like a hammer eye. I wonder. And I had all my striking tools with me. So I went out to the truck and grabbed one of my punches and came back, and sure enough, man, it fit right in that slot. And I was like, huh. So me and Zach Rapatoni decided we were going to punch the rest of ours. And yeah. But it wasn't meant, that was not meant to be any kind of slight to Roy. It was more of, well, one, I was already behind, so I was trying to figure out an easy way to catch up. And then, well, it was funny because Roy came over and he was like, what are you guys doing? And then he was like, oh, are you tired or something? Because we were waiting. We were just sitting there. And really what it came down to is we were punching them so fast that we actually had to wait for them to cool down so we could shear the plugs out of them. I mean, like 3 hits and we were through those things. So it was like we were literally just standing there holding this bar, waiting for it to cool down. Like, no, we're just too good at punching hammer eyes, I guess. That was a fun class. I'd like to take that, what we did in that class, and expand on it here in the shop and do a video for that. Something similar, it's not a garden bench, but I've been looking at cast iron post vise stands that were a thing, many years ago. And they're beautiful. And I thought, man, how cool would it be to forge one of those? So that's what I want to do. I don't know if it'll get done this year, but it's definitely something I want to do. So I'm going to pop over to Power Hammer Cam. I think, yeah. So let's see how this looks. I can't see it, so you guys let me know. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think. I stopped and looked. Now, I don't know what it looked like when it was hotter, but I mean, what little I saw of it, it looked pretty good. And that's the Lumix G7, I think. Yeah. I think it's the G7. But yeah, that one I think looked pretty good. I mean, it's dark now, but when there's material under it, I think it looks pretty good. Now, same situation, right? Like, if I wanted to show you what something looked like after I was done, I would need to switch cameras or something. So I think light would help there. Yeah, dude, you want to hear quiet? I'm gonna walk over here and turn on the big power hammer. I'm surprised at how quiet this thing is. I mean, that's the belt making that noise. And that only just started. Yesterday, it did not do that. See, once I start running it, how quiet it is. I mean, but I need to replace the belts on this. You guys couldn't really even see that, but it's amazing how quiet. I mean, for a 250-pound power hammer, it's quiet. But yeah, the tire hammers are really, they run pretty quiet. The most noise is coming off the motor. Oh, all that banging, it shut my forge off. I mean, I guess I could try to forge some of this down on the big hammer, but you guys really wouldn't be able to see it. Maybe if I did this. Let's see. Oh, what is it? What is it on? Let me change this ISO real quick. I'm gonna do something dumb. Come on now. All right, let me plug this back in. I'll put it on auto. Let's see how it handles that. And I'll use the big hammer. Yeah, you can see. No, so I'll use the big hammer. So I'll turn this back on real quick. Yeah. These belts are severely clapped out. All the belts need to be replaced on this thing. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, I didn't switch. I totally forgot. That's okay. We'll take another heat. I'm so excited to do it myself. I'll tell you, especially, and this goes to anybody really, if you got a relatively small shop, one, yes, Roy's treadle hammer setup is an ideal thing, especially with the air assist. That would help quite a bit. But a tire hammer, I mean, for the money, you can take a workshop for like, what was the last one? 3,200, 3,300 bucks. You can take the workshop, 3 days, you build like 20 plus of them, 25 of them or whatever, and then you come home with one. Or you can contact Dave Custer, Raymond Head, or Curtis Herman, and they will build you one. I think all three of their pricing is different. I think Dave's are 5,000, I think. And there's a big difference between them making one and then one of these too, by the way. They can do things in their shops that, like in a workshop, you just don't have time to do. So like a lot of features and things like that you can add those yourself, but Dave does a lot of other things to them, So, but again, small shop, this only takes up 30-inch square footprint on in your shop, and it's all that you really need. I say that now, if you put this up against a wall, you're limiting yourself to a degree. But if you don't have any intentions or need to run a long bar through there, it's not a big deal. I have mine out in the open because I want to be able to run long bars through them. Otherwise, I would probably set them off the wall, probably a foot, maybe two. I think that's the way they're set up in Goshen at the school, the Goshen School Blacksmithing in Ohio. I think we set them off the back of the wall by, I don't even think they're set off a foot, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, bang for the buck. You will pay. I've seen guys trying to sell Little Giant, 25-pound Little Giants for $6,000, and to me that is crazy. Crazy. They don't hit as hard. They don't have the control, and when you break it, it's very expensive to fix. And the tire hammer is relatively inexpensive out of the gate. They're very easy to control, and if you do have a problem, they're very easy to fix. So if you ever have an opportunity to grab one, do so. I highly recommend. Even though I've got that big power hammer, which I forgot to shoot a video of last time, I'm gonna hit it this time. Even though I've got this monstrosity, I will probably always have one of these tire hammers in the shop. I'm gonna take another heat. Oh man, you might not be able to see anything other than my butt. We'll see. All right, you know what? It helps to turn it on too, by the way. Who knew? Well, I could still take this area here down a little bit, so let me go ahead and do that. Now you're gonna have to look at my butt, sorry, because I need to straighten this. Oh, blew it out. That's okay. I'm still trying to figure out, oh wow, I really blew it out. I don't know this hammer that well, and these dies are not, like I said, this thing isn't ready for prime time. Those dies, they are not we put a piece of paper under it and hit it. I don't know if you guys can see that. You can see air through there. Split that wide open. And that was just me being me. But there's enough rain here. I've got enough material. If I cut this off right here, there's plenty enough there to make tongs with. So it's not like I ruined it or anything. Oh, I did, but in terms of the tongs themselves, I can finish these up. I got plenty of material to work with there. I wished I had not done that, but it is what it is. But anyways, I'm gonna put this down. The big hammer at this point in time is not, and let me go grab that paper and light my last smoke for the night. What time is it? Yeah. So let me come over here and validate the time. 10 o'clock, almost 10:30. I'm gonna smoke a good smoke, guys. This is probably my last smoke of the night. So, oh, the paper. We put a piece of paper. Now, it would have been more ideal to use something a little thicker, but still, let me come this way. Something a little thicker than just a plain piece of paper, a card like a Coke box or a beer, case box, that kind of material. But anyways, we put that under the hammer. If you want to test your dies, what you do is you put something under there and then smack the dies together, and that will leave an imprint, and it will let you know. So we put it in this case, we put it in this way. So what it's telling us is it's hitting heavy on the right edge of the dies, and then in his back left corner, it's hitting heavy. And then notice there's nothing really here. So it is wallered out pretty bad. Those dies are not, they're not touching, and they should be. So the debate that I've been having internally is, do I pull the dies off and machine them down? Hey, Jamie. So do I pull those dies off and machine them flat and resolve that, or do we just forge new dies? And that reminds me, I'm not 100% certain that that's what this tool is, but man, it sure looks like it. I have one of these tools that came with the hammer. You know what? This is not, it's trying to trip me. It's trying to trip me. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know 100% certain, but that's a dovetail. And I'm pretty sure this is a tool to forge dovetails. You'll still need to machine them after the fact, most likely. But my buddy Kurt knows how to forge dies anyways. He's already done it. But I'm thinking, I've got material to do it with. So I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll go over to Kurt's under his steam hammer, because we'll have to use the steam hammer to at least shape the material down to what we need and what we want. And there's going to be, I think the pieces that I have, and we'll trim them, but I think the pieces I have are currently like 65 pounds, and the dies intact should be around 45 pounds, I think. Clifton's tape gets into forging the dies. Nice. I haven't watched them all yet. I've been going through it in pieces. I need to start watching it again. But yeah, so the blocks I've got are currently like 65 pounds. And then the dies, I think we estimated them to be around 45 pounds. So I need to trim whatever I need to, the volume off, down about probably 15 pounds. Leave plenty of material there for loss and such. And I want the dies to be slightly taller than normal so that I can machine them flat after the fact and get them as good as I can get them. And then we'll get them heated. I'm gonna take them somewhere to get those heat treated. But we'll get them heat treated. The guys over at Coal Iron Works, they know. Guys over at Coal Iron Works, they have a place in Muncie, which is like 15 minutes away from me, that they use to get their stuff heat treated, and that's relatively inexpensive to get heat treated through those guys. So I will take it over there. I think that'll probably cost me, I don't know, $250 to get them heat treated. But yeah, Jamie, that'll be fun. And we'll have, I mean, I wouldn't have to use his hammer to do it, but it would make life a lot easier. Oh man. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna drop this volume one more snotch, a snotch. I don't know. I've noticed one of my voice raises, it's peaking out, and I'm sure that sounds like crap. So you guys will have to let me know as long as you can still hear me fine. I did drop the volume a little bit though. I'm still trying to figure out the audio on this thing. The problem with the audio on this thing is it doesn't remember its settings. So I have to like redo the audio every damn time. It's kind of annoying. Video stuff's great though. Imagine that. It's a video company, I believe. Anyways, so yeah, I couldn't see what I was doing at the big hammer. I blew that piece out. We had decided we just wanted to smash something with the big hammer. So I found I think it's a 2.5 or I think might have been even 3-inch piece of material. And it was, I don't know, 3 inches long. It was 3 inches round when we started, and I was like, hey, let's forge a cube. And we got close. We're not quite there yet. It got late, so we stopped. But I was seeing on the dies themselves where some of the challenges were, right? Like, I think you can work around all of that though. But yeah, so we smashed, we made this cube, and I'll probably turn this into a tool of some sort at some point. I'm pretty sure it was 1045, but it was too small to make like a top tool with in its current configuration. I mean, that's the other thing is I could just forge this out into a billet, but I want to do my best to forge it into a cube first. Hey, Jamie. So yes, we will document that, and we have plans to do more stuff with Kurt, and I believe Coal Iron Works is actually going to film some stuff with Kurt. So I'm looking for my lighter. It was in my hand. So yes, I'm pretty sure that Coal Iron Works is going to do a couple of videos with Kurt, and then I had plans to do it, but to be honest, if they're going to do them, I would much rather them do them because they'll probably be better. I think the difference would be is I can do them quicker than they can, only because I can kind of corner Kurt, whereas he would have to getting Kurt to come out to their place it's hard to do sometimes, I think, but I believe that's in the works. And like I said, yes, Thomas, they are. Well, not always. I mean, you can put drawing dies on them, flat dies. But yes, obviously the biggest difference there is you're not a power hammer. You don't hit as hard as a power hammer. And a great example of this, by the way, if you were to take even on a 250, you put a 1-inch piece under that 250, long ways across those dies and smack it. Evaluate how much it moved. Then come on the width direction, in the other direction with it, and feed in 1 inch by inch and hit it and see what happens. It's going to take that wave down, way further. It'll probably flatten it because you've reduced the surface area of contact, which is basically the same thing you're doing at the anvil. You're just increasing your PSI by using a round face. That's the other thing. I don't know. It was hard to tell looking at your hammer, Thomas, but your round face looked almost like a ball. Ours are not like that. Ours are more like a squashed ball. So it was hard to say. Like I said, it was hard to tell, but like mine, as you can see, it's more like a squashed ball. So it is a round hammer, a rounding hammer. That's how we do our round. And we typically don't grind these unless things got away from us. And then obviously the flat is flat. And we grind them in that pattern because you got a fuller, you get a fuller, a fuller, and a fuller. So basically you got cross peen and straight peens. And you can do the same with the round face. This is a big reason. This is a funny story. Going back to Alex Still. Big reason Brian Brazil is not a big fan of the squircle, as I think they were calling it, the square rounding hammer, is because you've limited the dies available to you on the round face. Yeah, I agree, Jamie. His hammers, his tools. They were going to do something over at their place, and Kurt kind of put the kibosh on it because he was like, you know, I would rather have tools available. I didn't bring any of that stuff, you know. But so here was my idea, Jamie. Here was my idea, Jamie. I know, Thomas. My idea for Kurt was I wanted to go over the safety and maintenance of a mechanical hammer. And I think the maintenance on a mechanical hammer is pretty much universal on all mechanical hammers. Like you got moving parts, those moving parts need to be lubricated, right? You got springs that need to be tensioned, blah, blah, blah. You know, yeah, they're all going to be a little different, but at the same time, they're all kind of, the basics are there. And then the same with a pneumatic hammer, it needs to be oiled, properly lubricated. Check your bolts on things and so on and so forth. And then like just basic safety, you know, it seems like that's the one thing we never see when it comes to power hammer usage. I'm going to turn this forge off for now because I don't want to be out of gas. This one's still going plenty strong. Anyways, might as well turn that off too. So there's going to be the first video really is going to be a safety video. I know, yawn, right? Nobody wants to watch that. And then the other night I was doing something under the tire hammer that I shouldn't have been doing. I knew I shouldn't have been doing it, but I figured I could sneak in there and get away with it. And it kicked the tool out of my hand and it flew it, oh God, 20 feet across the shop. Imagine if somebody was standing over there. I mean, it didn't shoot out like a bullet, but it shot out, and it was a flatter, or it wasn't a flatter, but basically the same mass. It was a tong tool. So, you know, that thing weighed, I don't know, 1.5 pounds, somewhere in there, 2 pounds maybe. Imagine that thing smacking you. Yeah, so there's it moved. So anyways, I did something I shouldn't have been doing. But you don't ever see videos of people telling you that, you know, what types of things you should or should not do under a power hammer. Like I don't know any videos where they ever talk about how to hold the material when you present it to a power hammer. Really anytime, but I'm clicking buttons and they're not really doing anything. So anyways, when you're working, I tell myself this all the time. Forge straight stays straight, right? Like if you're tilting your piece up, you know, let me switch this. If you're tilting your piece up and you're hitting it, I mean, it's gonna bend all kinds of places. If you tilt it down, it's gonna bend all kinds of places. When it gets cold, you're gonna feel that. It's gonna zing you. Now imagine a 70-pound power hammer or a 100-pound power hammer or a 250-pound power hammer hitting that piece of material. You're not winning that fight. Yeah, the extra thing, I'll have to ask about that. I don't know. I think we might have a need for that because Ranch forged them. We helped him forge the start of an axe last week, so we might need one this week. We'll see. But once we get the safety thing done, or once that gets done, one of the things, and I don't know how Coal Iron is approaching it. I know how like I said, I know how I would have wanted to do it. My first thing is like, okay, I want to start making tools for my power hammer that are useful that I can use. What tool do you make first? Now, in my brain, I go to a round fuller is the first tool that you would make. And probably 1.25 inches, depending on what tools you're wanting to make. Let's say 1 inch to start, right? Or 1.25 inches to start. A 1.25 inch round fuller. Make one of those. And you make, you put like a 2.5 to 3 inch end on there that's that round. Okay, now I've got that tool. Now what do I make? Well, now that you've got that tool, you can make, with that round fuller, you can make the opposite bottom, tool, the round swage. Now that then it's like, okay, now that I've got that, what can I make? And then, so I don't know if I actually have the one that we used on this. Let me look. If not, it'll be close. So once you have this tool made, the next tool that you can make is a flatter, right? So how did we do that? Now you've got one of the most used tools under a power hammer. Oh, you couldn't see any of that. Let me switch to that real quick. I'll put it on the anvil. So this is the round swage. So once you have your fuller, you can make this. Once you've made this, you can make the flatter, right? I had that right, no, wrong orientation. So there it is. So you see, this is the tool we use to make this. And then you just forge this out. Now that you've got a flatter, this is probably one of the most used tools under a power hammer is a flatter. I mean, you should definitely have one. And this isn't a great one, by the way. We never went back and checked this stuff back. It flattens. It's all we wanted to do. But you can square these up so that you can do other operations with it. Here's another neat trick. You can flip your flatter over, right? Now you've got a taper tool. So because of you can set this, and then you can use that as a tapering tool. It's not great. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's better to have a tapering tool, but you can do it. I saw Kurt do that once and blew my mind. Never even considered that, right? So once you have your flatter and your fullers, then you can just make different sizes of those things, and then you can start making other tools. You can make with the flatter. You can also do like these little tongue tools. With this, really all you need is a piece of square stock, right? And you just forge this down, bloop, bloop, bloop. And then you've got a tongue tool. Nothing to it really. I didn't forge this. Well, this one isn't mine, but the one I made, I didn't even forge it. I just milled it. But I want to do one. It would have been easier, to be honest, just to forge it out. Other tools in here, you start getting into the spring tools and things like that. Side sets and hacks. I got all kinds of different. To be honest, there's tools on that rack. I don't even know what the hell they do. Oh, nice, Jamie. I might need to bring, next time I come out, where did I put them? Over here. I've got a pair I've got a tapering die, and I don't think it was made for this hammer because it doesn't seem to fit on the dies very well. I'll keep playing with it, but if it doesn't fit, I might bring it over and see if they'll fit on yours. But it's kind of, how wide are your dies? Well, actually, this isn't even enclosed, so it's heavy. Clifton's Horde. Yeah, I'd like to go through all of those tools, definitely. I've got this tapering tool die, but it does. I didn't play with it long. I'll keep messing with it, but it didn't seem to fit my dies on the 250, and clearly it's too big for the power or the tire hammer. Well, actually, I could probably make that work. I could just put another little doodad on the other side, a little lip. It's not ideal because it doesn't. It's much bigger than the dies, but I could probably make that work. But I wouldn't need it. I have a couple of these in different setups for the 250. So, anyway, like I was saying, if that doesn't work, we can bring it out and see if it works on yours. Punches and drifts. Well, I don't. Okay, so drifts. You're gonna do drifts. The trick with a drift is you got to make them shorter, obviously, than like a hand drift. And if you watch Brent Bailey on YouTube, he's got some really cool things for that. Here's but yes, we'd like to cover that too. But here's the punch I made the other night, and we used it Monday. We abused this thing. Abused it. You know, I wanted to abuse it. I wanted to see what we could do with it, what it could take, how well it would hold up. The grind is it's not as crisp as it used to be, but that will still punch. That is not a problem. This will still punch, and this worked great. I made that set hammer with it. Let me put this back. Oh. I made this set hammer with it. Me and Paul did these. He made one, I made one. That's kind of the rule in my shop. If one does one, the other's got to do it too. So we both made a set hammer, 1.5 inch, 1045. So everything on this was done under the power hammer except drifting. We drifted these by hand, only because I don't have drifts small enough to work under the 4 by 5 3/4. All right. I don't know why I put that in there. Such a bad habit. The drifts, like I said, we didn't have drifts. And I'll tell you what, Andrew Larson, when he did his demonstration at Coal Iron Works, people were asking him about that, and he said he used S7 for his drifts. I fully understand why now, because we just did minor upsetting under the 250 using a drift, you know, like our normal drifts, and it wrecked one. Like it's, let me find that thing. I put it over here to reforge it because it is, yeah. This one might not even be salvageable, to be honest. We'll see. If I can't salvage it as a normal drift, I might cut it into chunks and use it as a power hammer drift. But you can see it's no longer straight. That's not a big deal. The big deal is if you look here, you can see that little, where it comes in. Well, it forged it down right here. There's a significant drop between here and up here. Like, I mean, significant. I don't know how well you can see it. Yeah, you really can't, but trust me when I say this right here, it is quite the drop. I mean, it forged that down. Maybe in this plane you'll be able to see how much the taper, it's drastic right in here. So right in here is it forged this down. So this, I can understand the S7 Because, yeah, Andrew did say he could wreck a normal, like a 4140 hand drift that we normally use. He said he could wreck one of these under a power hammer in like 1 or 2 hammers. I fully believe that now after what we saw. So on Twitch, being asked how was, or was asking in the order of priority does making punches and drifts fall. I would say for a power hammer, that's quite a ways. I don't want to say that. It all depends on the project that you're working on, right? But I think you need some basic tools first. You really want a flatter, and in order to make the flatter, you got to make a couple of tools, right? So once you have the flatter, I would not use Atlantic 33 for a drift. H13, yes. Let me think about that. H13, the only way I would use H13 as a drift is on a press. You don't want to hit H13. And you definitely wouldn't want to put H13 under power hammer dies and hit it, because the H13 is going to be harder than your dies, and it's just going to chew your dies up. I would stick to, honestly, even S7. The reason Andrew uses S7 is I think he uses a normal style drift that he holds versus a tong tool type thing. I think if you're not holding it per se, if you're just slamming it in. So this is, let me get back to the other thing. As far as the punches and drifts go, right? I think that should be based on the project at hand. But in order to get there, you really want a flatter. You probably want a tapering tool. You're going to want a side set and a hack, and some fullers, I think, different sized fullers. And I think once you have that basic assortment, I think you can do a lot of the other things. And then when it comes to doing punches and drifts, yeah, that's fully dependent on the project at hand. So like, I made those punches for the hammers that we did. And what's funny about the punches is I was really concerned, let me grab one again. I was really concerned about the size, because these are, let me show you what we normally use. So let me come around, trying to figure out the least risky way to get through all these wires and cables and such. So this is the punch that I forged the other night. Well, actually, I did this one a while back, but it's very similar to the one I forged the other night. Now this is one that we use. They're side by side right now. See the difference? This is what we use with a sledgehammer and top tool. So I was really concerned that by using this, the eyes were just going to be way too small. And then drifting them open, yes, you can drift them open, but drifting this to this, that's a lot of work. And I was like, oh man, I might have gone too small. But the idea around the drifts that I put together for the power hammer was originally to do top tools. So I wasn't overly worried about it. But then when we did the set hammers, I was like, a bigger eye would be nice. Those are pretty hefty set hammers. So what we ended up doing was we drifted them by hand, and you just made full contact around the eye. Then we took it under the big power hammer and hit it, and it stretches that eye out, and that allowed us to drift them open much bigger than what we had started with. And that only took 2 heats. We took 1 heat where we did it, released it, put it back in, got it hot, went back in, did it again. In fact, I think Paul got a little excited. I think he was trying to really upset his. So every time I kept looking at his hammer, I was like, why does your set hammer look fatter than mine? And it's because he upset his. I did not. But yeah, I was really concerned about those not being appropriately sized. But I tell you what, it worked like a dream. We got them. And this, Jamie, on this one, by the way, I made these out of 3/4 inch stock. This is 3/4 inch coil spring. The other one's H13. Now, the reason I can use H13 into the power hammer for a punch is because I weld it to a piece of mild. So the hammer's hitting mild steel. It's not hitting H13. It's hitting the mild. And the coil spring's not hardened. That was really the true test for me. I wanted to see how well it held up. The H13 is air hardening, so it's just going to get hard no matter what. And I would definitely recommend, if you're going to use H13, to weld a mild piece to the top of it that's actually going to get hit. H13 it can only take so many cycles before it becomes brittle, and then it will crack and send shards out, and you don't want that. Not to mention, it'll just chew up your dies. I got to scroll back real quick. Scissor cutters are awesome. Not all jackhammer bits are S7, is my understanding, but I think they're still tough enough that you'd be fine. I don't know how you tell the difference. I mean, I know how you could tell the difference, but I think some of them are like a 4350 or something. I was watching something, and then they were talking about how not all jackhammer bits are made of F7. I mean, honestly, I think one of the things you got to understand with a power hammer tool is it is a consumable. That thing will not last forever. That power hammer is going to destroy it at some point in time. It's just a matter of time. So what you're looking to do is balance how long of a lifespan you can provide the tool before you have to replace it. And this is why I'm always big into, like, if I'm going to make a tool, I'm going to make several, just because I know. I didn't do that with the punches because I wasn't sure how well they were going to work out, but now that I know that they're working fine, I've got both pieces of coil spring and H13. I want to see how the H13 holds up before I make more of that. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine, but it's really expensive, and I've only got that one bar left, so I want to kind of just hold on to it for other things. But the coil spring held up fine, and like I said, Jamie, based on its size, at one point, I put it under the entire hammer and I just laid into it. I was like, boom, 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 and it got stuck, but we freed it up. Paul did the same thing, and it got stuck, but we were able to free it up. And that to me was like, sweet. Yeah, Jamie, and that's why I think it's probably like a 4350 or something. I know it's tougher than 4140, but I don't know. I don't know. You're just guessing. You'd have to find the manufacturer and look up a data sheet to find out for sure. I know that some are S7 though. I do know that, but how you determine what is beyond me. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick. But those punches, I was really happy with the performance of those. I was not overly happy with my handle. Not that it was uncomfortable to use or anything, and there was just some shortcomings that I was like, I think the next one I'm gonna make a little bit different. But overall, I mean, it worked great. It worked, I mean, really well. And to be honest, I was I was quite happy with, I mean, both Paul and I did great jobs on our tools, but one of the things, Paul got off from center when he was doing his. I think I did too, a little bit. But he got off center a little bit, not center, but he was canted, right? So it wasn't straight. He had a little cant in his, and he was able to correct that the way that we would do striking, right? So you just overcorrect it the other direction and then pop it once. And we were able to do that under the power hammer. And we did most of the work under the tire hammers. We didn't want to run the 250 because it's not ready for prime time. We just did a couple things with it. The upsetting piece we did under the big hammer, only because as a 4.5-inch billet, the only way that was going to work under here is, and even then it wouldn't have worked well, is to pull the bottom die out. But like I said, even then it wouldn't have worked well over there all day long. So that's really all we did over there. But like I was saying, he got off a little bit. And one of the things that I love about that is we were able to fix it. You do that under the press, good luck fixing that. Because typically what happens is the press yanks it into that orientation every time. And you really can't. The only way you can really kind of fix that is, I mean, you have to, you really kind of have to get it screaming hot and then hope that your press, you're able to, it's hard. It's hard to fix on a press. When you screw up an eye on a press, it's really hard to fix. No suck down either. I take that back. I got a little bit because it got overzealous at one point, but really relatively no suck down. It was more of a bend than suck down, to be honest. Because all I did was put mine back under the hammer and just smack it flat, and it looks fine. I didn't see any. I've not noticed any appreciable suck down on the tops of the eyes, and we didn't forge them down, so I don't see, maybe a little bit, but yeah, I don't notice any at all. So there was no suck down on the forging. I think mine was just, it was a typical bend up, like when you hit something in the middle, the ends are going to come up. I think that's what happened. And again, I just put it under the power hammer, gave it one hit, boom, fixed it. So I was really happy with the punches. As far as drifts go, I don't have enough experience. Jamie could probably speak to that, but Jamie's on Facebook and you're on Twitch, so you can't really see what he's saying. But I think Jamie made up a bunch of smaller drifts that he could use under the power hammer. They're just big enough, I think, to go in and through, and then I think maybe enough to you could grab a hold of them with a pair of tongs. So they're fairly short. If you watch, I think Brent Bailey has very similar style drifts, and then I want to say Brent Bailey does this, but I might be wrong. I know in industrial forging they do this, but what they have is a series of drifts that step up. So they'll run one drift through, and then there's a bolster under it, and they'll flip that thing over onto the bolster, and they'll tap it, and then they'll put the next one in, and then drive it, and then that will drive that other drift completely out if it didn't fall out in the first place. And then they'll flip it and then keep going, and then they will take, a hole like that and then open it up to something crazy. It's really cool to watch. And they're just using round drifts, essentially, look like hockey pucks. But they'll take that thing and they'll drive it through. And what's really cool about it is they'll hit it. So the material could be this thick. The hockey puck is only about like that, right? It's only about like that, and it's probably, let's say, an inch, and it's going through 8 inches of material. They'll put that thing in, and then they'll hit it, and it will drive it flush with the material. Then they'll put something on top of it, and then hit that and drive it all the way through. Then they'll flip it over. Then they'll put the next one in, and then it's tapered, so it will go in and then open it up even more, and then they just go back and forth until they get to the size they want. It's pretty cool to watch. I love that. The cross section on those, I mean, they're really not much thinner, I don't think. Let's see. Okay, well, no, they are a lot thinner. Yeah, it's a lot thinner. Let me see. I have a doodad that measures stuff. There it is. So I'll come over here and do it. So here's the visual. And then this one is, I'm just going to take a reading from the middle section. In the middle of this one is 1/2 inch. And in the middle of this one is, just over 3/8, just under 1/2 inch. Like, at its thickest, it's 1/2 inch. But you can see we drove that down. Granted, we were only punching 1.5 inch stock, but we drove it down to that. I was actually starting to think, is that going to be enough? But we were fine. It worked great. And I think, let me grab one. I got a billet over here. It should punch 2 inch, no problem. So I'll do it on this side. So this is a 2 inch billet. Oh yeah, no problem. And it's 1.5 inch maybe to the weld. So to the weld it is, yeah, just over 1.5 inches. Inch and 7/8. So from the tip to the weld, it's 1 and 7/8. I think I cut it 2 inches. And speaking of drifts, this was the offcut, right? I mean, in theory, this is the offcut, so I could continue to forge this down a little bit, and I've got a starting drift right there. So, I mean, and it's a good size. The only thing with that is I would want to make sure I can get this back out, right? So I want enough material here, and I want it heavy enough to be able to take the heat and be able to push back out. But that weighs really 1/2 pound? No, okay, 5 ounces. I was like, what? I thought it said 15. I was like, holy crap. It's almost a pound? No way. Yeah, no, it's not. So anyways, yeah, lots of stuff to do with power hammers. But I don't want, like, streaming wise, I don't want this to become like the Power Hammer streaming channel. I mean, I guess that could be cool. I mean, I tell you, yeah, I don't know in as far as stretching the hole, Jamie. I really don't know. We did not do that under the tire hammer. What we did, so when we punched them, we drifted them by hand because we didn't have drifts made that would work under the hammers. We drifted them by hand, and that to me was just like drifting anything else. And then once we had it drifted, I took it under the big hammer, under a cupping tool. I put it under there, and then just popped it, flipped it, popped it, and then we may have, I don't know if we did this or not, I'm trying to think. We may have redriven the drifts and then went back and did that one more time. Like, hit it like 1 or 2 times, and then redrive that drift, went back under, did it again, and then released it, put it back in the fire, flipped it over and did the same thing on the other side, and then that was essentially it. From that, being a top tool at that point, we just went, we took it over and, cheeked it down. And then I squared my cheeks back off. I just thought it would look cool. I think it still looks cool. Paul left his, I think. Yeah, so we cheeked them under the tire hammer with the fullering dies, just like we would normally do anything else. We drive the drift in, run the cheeks. And that gave, that hole, this was a standard hammer handle that I use typically. And And I mean, it's every bit, that's the top side, which is the small side. So this side is actually bigger. And that's an appropriate size hole for this piece of material. And I'm pretty sure we could have gotten bigger had we wanted to. It didn't take much. Now I'm saying that as a guy that hit something with a 250-pound power hammer, but I think your 168 would also have no trouble in that regards. In fact, I feel like it'd probably be a little easier for you. I feel like that thing should have more control. Yeah, I don't know. In terms of the axe thing, I got nothing there. But I feel like the process that we did, I think for like us normal Joes, that's an easy win and easy to do. Easy to do, right? I think the problem is it wrecked the drift, and some of that could have just been us, and I don't even know if the 250 did that. It could have very well been here or over there. I don't remember. The other thing is we were both sharing that drift, which was kind of, I had a feeling that was a dumb idea, and it was. We shouldn't have been sharing the drift, but yeah, I think that's going to be the next thing. I've been wanting to work on them anyways, is working on getting drifts done under the power hammer, just so I can knock them out pretty quick. But I felt drifting it by hand and stretching the eye out was easier than punching a big, it always felt like we were running the risk when we were doing it at your place. I always felt like we were running the risk of getting something stuck. And then the other thing we punched ours, and mind you, we're not professional. We're professional morons, but we're not professionals. I think we got through each one of ours. It took us 3 heats using the gas forge, and it didn't seem like the gas forge was really getting as hot as it could. And we were taking our time. We were like being very meticulous about it. We didn't do any of the set mark it down. We marked it right on the tire hammer. But I think once we do a couple of those, I think getting through in one heat would be no problem. The trick really is not being greedy. I think is really what it came down to, not being greedy and keeping the punch cool. So as long as no more than 3 hits, boom, 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 and then, get it out of there. And honestly, if it's hitting hard enough, no more than 1 hit, really. Get it out of there and then sprinkle some coal dust in there or something. I didn't have any punch lube. I think that would have made things even easier. But, I mean, we took our time. We had a bad eye that we had to fix. Bad eye, it was off. So we were taking our time to correct that. And I think 3 heats, I think maybe 4. I'll be conservative and say 4 heats. But it always seemed like we struggled with that over at your place. Like, I always kept thinking to myself, man, by the time they get this eye punched, we could have made a hammer by now. Yeah, I'm hoping to have some of this all figured out before I even come out. That would be nice. That's my goal. I don't want to own this gear and not use it. That's for sure. So I'm really kind of starting to get to a point where it's like, okay, what can we do? Let's start doing it and let's figure it out. So we just removed the bottom die on the tire hammer and we did our punching that way. And I kept my striking anvil right next to it so we could drift it right there, right out of the fire, or right out of the forge, just right in front of the forge. So we'd come out of the forge and I could drift it right there, come back under here, or 4 steps to the other tire hammer with the flooring dies on it, a couple steps to the big hammer. But all the punching was done under this hammer with the bottom die out. And we had a bottom plate on there, and I honestly feel like had we not had that bottom plate on there, we'd have gotten more done, because that damn thing was bouncing around and it was not fun. I got some ideas on how to fix that, but the punch is from Larson and the drift is from Pinkston. It's a dumb question, but on subject, so humor me, please. What do I cool the eye, punch, and drift with? You do not. Oh, well, the punch you can cool. You don't need to cool your drift down. Just let it cool naturally. If it's the handle's getting hot, I have a short bucket, steel bucket, as a shorty, and I keep it enough. So that way I can take the drift. I can grab it with a pair of tongs on this end and put the handle down in the bucket, and I can even show you. You can probably see the water line. So and it's all the way down. It will not fall into the bucket. So it'll only get to the very top. That's how we cool them down, so that we can hold them. But on this end, we don't cool those down. It shouldn't be getting that. I mean, it'll get hot in that area, but it shouldn't be a big deal. So we don't cool it. Punches, depending on what the punch is made out of, like when you're first starting, you can keep it cool in water, but once it starts driving down, you're gonna wanna use like a punch lube, oil, something like that. I think beeswax works well too. I'm pretty sure that's what Brian used for a long time. I don't know what he's using these days, but beeswax works fine. Keep it cool. And then once you start driving that drift in, you wanna cool it in between hits if you can. Take your which camera can I show that on? I'll do this one. If you take your rapeseed. I've never heard of that, but is it grapeseed? Grapeseed oil? Anything with a flash point, that isn't gonna flash off right away. Yeah, you'd be fine. But like if you're punching a billet, and it doesn't matter if you're doing this at a striking anvil, or if you're doing it with a power hammer. If you're punching, let me switch to this camera. If you're punching in between hits, right, get that piece off the anvil. It doesn't take much. It's just it's leaning back on the corner, on the back heel of this piece. Don't leave it like that. It's just going to do nothing but suck the heat right out of the billet. So keep it off the anvil. If you can hold it, this is cold, so I probably can't really hold this with these right now. But if you can hold it off the anvil, even better. So get your piece off of it and then cool the punch in the process, then come back and reset and do your thing. That's hard to remember, I know. It sounds like it wouldn't be, but in the mix, it's hard to do. One of the nice things about punching round stock is if you're off one way or the other, you can tilt the billet, right? So, I mean, like if this is going off this way, I can tilt it to compensate for, whichever way I need to do that. You can't do that with square, so you got to keep it straight. You can kind of do it with square, but not. It's kind of a pain in the ass too. But yeah, just keep the billet off the anvil, be it at the anvil or at a power hammer, because it's just sucking heat out of the material if you just leave it there. And then, so yeah, you just lift it. All you got to do is, if you watch Brian, there's videos of Brian Brazil on YouTube, if you're doing hammers and such. If you watch the way he does it, he either takes it off the anvil when he's cooling his punch, or he lifts it off the anvil a little bit when he's, cooling his punch down. But almost every hit, once you get to a certain depth, once you get past, let's say an inch, you're probably going to need to cool that punch in between every hit. Now this was hard to do under the power hammer, but if you got a striker and you're doing it, when you're punching, so let's like pretend I'm punching this hardy hole, and I'll switch the camera. Let's pretend I'm punching this hardy hole, right? When you're punching, you don't want to bear down on the hole. You want to hover over that hole just a little bit. And that will also help prevent your punches from heating up really quick. That's a harder thing to do than it sounds like too. I mean, it feels weird. It just feels weird. But I mean, what you do is what I do is I set it down where I touch it and then pull it back up just a hair. And really, kind of what we haven't worked on this much, but something I want to do is as I set it down and we get the confidence together, me and Paul, when I start to lift it, he's going to hit it. So it's like he sees me pulling that up a little bit, he's gonna smack it back down in there. Yeah, you know, and Jamie, that's the thing with like the anvil, right? I mean, they're going to heat up at some point anyways. Like the striking anvils, when we were at Quad State, I think we could have cooked an egg on one when we were done by the end of the day. I mean, that thing was hot. Hot. See, there's Paul. There's Paul. But yeah, I mean, but those are, I think, in my opinion, the lift and hit thing, I think that's like advanced technique. Just practice setting the punch down on the anvil or in the hole, and then just lift it up a little bit, and then let your striker do his thing. You can't really, on a tire hammer, that's really hard to pull off, lifting the punch out of the high, just because you have such limited throw under a tire hammer. So I had found, for me at least, I don't know what Paul's experience was, but for me, it felt like it was just pushing it down there anyways, and then the big hit would come. I think on the big hammer that might be a little easier to do. We'll see. And that's not something, I don't think it's not, like I said, it's not ready for prime time, so I don't think I'm going to try that under that thing right now. I'll wait until we get some more tuning done on it. It's not bad, but it's also not great. So once we make the hammer run much better, then some of that stuff we'll do. The punching, I don't remember, Paul, how many heats was it? 3 or 4, or was it more than that? I feel like it was between 3 and 4 heats that we were able to punch those billets, but I don't fully remember. I've slept since then. I almost slipped past my meeting on Tuesday. Yeah, I would say 3 or 4, somewhere in there. And like I said, Jamie, I think we could have gotten it done a lot quicker. One, like I said, we had I had that plate on here, and I think had we not used that plate, it would have been a lot easier. That damn thing was bouncing all over the place. Yeah, I felt like it stayed in too. And like I said, Jamie, we abused the living hell out of that punch. I mean, like, okay, so to give you an idea, not only did we abuse the living hell out of that drift, we were using the same punch. That was probably the other reason it was taking so many heats, is because we were having to let this thing cool down. But we were taking our time. But like I said, this thing, I am very happy with its performance. It held up well. I mean, I'm not seeing anything on this punch that makes me go, ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. I mean, like, I feel like I could punch another billet with this right now. And we're sharing it. We're, both going back and forth. Oh, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I don't know if I have a calling, but I definitely have a passion. How about that? Um, and I, and to anybody out there, really, I always come back to um, something Brian told me a long time ago and has always stuck with me. Show me better. If you show me better, I'm going to do it. You know, I see guys do certain things sometimes, and I think, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I've seen it done this way, and it does it more efficiently. So, it kind of sometimes the more efficient way isn't the easy way. Like it takes practice to get to it. But once you figure it out, like using the edge of the anvil, that's not. I'm not going to lie to nobody. Using the edge of the anvil is not an easy technique to learn. There's a learning curve there, especially if you've grown up watching people use the horn or you've used the horn yourself. It's a difficult technique to get down right. But once you get it, once you start to lock it in, it gets easier and easier every time you do it. And then one day, you'll be in Texas with Ed Brazil, and there'll be a forging competition. And while you don't win that forging competition, you beat Ed Brazil, and then you retire from forging competitions. But yeah, I just realized, I set this out. I was like, why is this sitting there? I was going to play with this tonight. It's a ball tool, so you can do ball ends. But this should be on this guy over here. But I want to play with this guy just to see what I can see. So, yeah. I made a stupid hook tonight. It's not stupid. It's fine. Everything's fine. But I'll bring it over here. I was working on the horse and trying to not, the lighting. It's like you can see all the cat hair on my hoodie, but you can't really make out the details in the horse. Anyways, I was working on the horse a little bit, and then made this hook because I have a couple of spring tools that I can't really hang up because they're so damn big. I figured I'd make a couple of hooks for them, and then made the one and was kind of over it at that point. I have one cat, but he's a hairy son of a bitch. One cat, man. And, so actually, I should not give him grief because it could be the dog. And she sheds like a mofo. She's part husky, part German shepherd. You look at her wrong and like a rabbit falls off of her. We got another little, he's not a Yorkie, but he looks like a giant Yorkie, I guess. He's some kind of little terrier of some sort. He's just a giant he's a dirty cotton ball. But he doesn't shed. So I almost made an S-hook actually. Yeah, the cat, if you've got a lap available, he's gonna take care of it. He will definitely take care of it for you. I had found this little piece of scrap, and I was like, I set it aside. I was like, I can make an S-hook out of that. But I did not. But I'm going to put it back in there. Actually, there's another piece right here I just seen it. That's a much bigger piece, but anyways. So yeah, I did the tongue. I was drawing out I don't know if you saw that, Paul. I was drawing out the reins on these tongues under the big hammer and then blew them out. Blew it out. But there's enough material here left to finish this end. But man, I blew that sucker right out. Look at that. You You can see light through there. The rest, it was going well until I got down there, and then I clearly don't know how to use the wallered out Christmas tree thing very well, because that's how that happened. So yeah, it's still plenty strong though. I mean, hell, there's 3/8 of inch material on one side, on both sides, almost directly in half. So it'd be 3/8 on each side, just 3/4 inch material. But yeah, I can cut this off up here. There's still plenty of meat all up through here to draw those out longer. I mean, it wasn't ideal, but I can do it. But I was showing Thomas the set downs at the anvil, and then this one is. I mean, the boss isn't there yet, but I was trying to get some length because I was getting tired of this getting so hot, so I wanted to draw this out so I wouldn't have to hold such a hot piece. But yeah, set down your 45, your next set down, come back to the near side and set that down. You just back and forth and then isolate it. And then if you look, it's not great anymore because I've forged it with the power hammer, but that's tapering to the reins, not to the boss, which is why you do that fourth set down. Tuned in late, Jesse was forging, huh? Well, that's good. It's good that he's forging. I think now that his confidence is growing, I've seen a marked improvement. And you only get that by repetition. And I think he's starting to see that himself, which is good. We were talking about, I don't know if you were on earlier, Paul, we were talking about drifts for the power hammer, or, drifts in general, what to use, because we completely destroyed. This drift is, yeah, I'm with you. This guy is done. It is done. Yeah, you can actually see it better in this camera. So, one, you can see that it comes in on this side, which you can kind of fix that. But if you look at it closely, it is much thinner. Like it's hard to see because there we go. That jump, there's a jump right there. And I don't know how to deal with that. I think this drift might be done. But what I could do is where these junctions are, is cut, a 2-inch piece of this off, and now I've got a drift I can use under the power hammer. So there's always that option. The other option I have, and not everybody has this, and I want to do it because I had the tool, but I know that not everybody has a power hammer or a press, and I'm lucky enough that I have both. What I'd really like to do is get and I have some somewhere, I think, but I wouldn't mind using some of the coal iron drifts for the press after we've punched. I don't like punching under the press. I've just not seen this is just me, by the way. I've not seen a punched eye, too many punched eyes under a press that impress me. It's always just too much suck down for me. But I think once it's punched, that would be something we could easily do, is take it over to the press and drift it open, closer to what we want before we, do too much. But again, you have to be careful. Like, I think what Paul and I did on Monday, I feel like that was the best approach, because it allowed us to, like I said, we went from a 3/4 inch eye, essentially, with a slightly under 1/2 inch cross section, and open that up, you know, I think we got, on this drift, we got down pretty good. I mean, it's the size of a typical 2.5 pound hammer. Those eyes are, at least I think. Yeah, so here's a 3.5 pounder. And here's the set hammer. Get this out of the way. Now, this is going to be smaller anyways, because on a top tool, this is tapered one way. But even then, if we flip it around, the hammer is a little bit bigger, but again, that's a 3.5 pound hammer. But it's not a huge difference, and we could have easily opened these up more. And that was all just drifting it by hand. Then we took it under the big hammer and you know, and just stretched that hole open a little bit. You know, you just put it in this way, and then give it a couple of pops. You can redrive that drift, give it a couple more pops. It's going to keep opening that hole. I did both on mine. I don't remember if Paul did any differently. I don't think he did. We just did both sides like that, and then continued on with the normal process. And it opened up that hole quite easily. Oh, yeah, well, I missed the view. Trust me. Oh, I'm hitting wrong buttons now on my phone. Let me switch that again. I'll show you. Actually, I can even, I could do even better if I can find it. Where's my calipers go? I had those over here. Over there. Oh, now I got the gauntlet, the wire gauntlet. Are they over here? This is where I had them in my hands. They're not over here. Oh, there they are. There they are. So, this is the set hammer. Wait, that moved. It looks like about 5/8. One and a quarter. That's almost 7/8. One and a quarter. So, smaller tool, smaller eye, but I think we could easily have taken it up to this guy with no problems. And this is a 3.5 pound hammer, I think. I'm gonna go weigh it. I'm gonna go weigh it since I'm standing right next to the thingy. I'm standing next to it. Yeah, it's almost 4, well, that's with a handle on it. 3 pounds, 10 ounces. In my world, that's a 3.5 pounder. So, yeah. And I just remembered, I didn't just remember, I left that hammer over there. I need to go get it and take it back. And put it where it belongs. Just like this platter. But yeah, it's a I think it's a doable process, especially, you know, like a guy just by himself. Like Paul was here and he helped, but we didn't, nothing that we did, we didn't need each other's help for anything we did. It was nice. It was nice to have somebody to help get billets in and out of the thing. It was nice to have somebody hold the cupping tool under the thing. But at the end of the day, none of that, we didn't need each other for anything that we did. It wouldn't have been any more difficult, to be honest. It really wouldn't. And the cupping tool, honestly, that's an easy fix. You just weld a handle to the damn thing, and now you got a way to hold it. That was the hardest part about that was, like if you're not holding it square under the hammer and it hits, it's gonna scooch and it can kick that thing out. I was actually, when I was doing it, the first time I did it, I was like trying to be very careful because I kept thinking, man, all I gotta do is point this thing the wrong way and I'm gonna get a steel hockey puck in the chin. Yeah, dude. So what about the emotional support? Let me tell you, Paul and I are not good for emotional support. Me and none of my friends are good at emotional support. We break each other's balls more than anything else. It's like, we're so mean to each other sometimes. Oh, an accomplishment last night, or Monday night. 2 set hammers were forged, and only one, I think it was only a billet was only dropped one time. So I only had to yell drop forged once. And I'm just as notorious as anybody for dropping billets, but it's fun to yell that at people. Well, that's the way I look. But see, you're from Texas too, though, right? Or at least you live down there, so you understand this. This in the Midwest, by the way, that kind of ball breaking that we're used to down in the South and Southwest, that does not fly here very well. A lot of folks around here do not take kindly to that kind of stuff. They don't see the humor in it like the rest of, or at least where I grew up. So, needless to say, some folks are not big fans of Brian around here because he's like that, and I think they take great offense. So I try to be mindful about that when I'm out and about with some of these other people. But when it's talking to the what were they? The Brazil nuts. Yeah, we're if you've been around Brian any amount of time, you should be used to it. Yeah, I'm definitely not 7th generation Texan. I think I might be 2nd tops. Well, no, not even. Well, yeah, I guess my mom. Technically, my mom is from Korea, so she was born in Seoul, but she grew up in Texas. Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. Screw you if you can't take a joke. But I'm going to start, while I'm running my mouth, I'm going to start tearing some of this stuff down because it is no longer required. And I think I'm just going to leave this cable over here. Oh, speaking of cables, Paul, you'll get a kick out of this. I was grinding today. At one point, I looked down at the grinder and I was like, what is that? There was so I have a light at my grinder. The power cord for the light was over the grinding belt and it was jumping, and that's what caught my attention. And yeah, needless to say, I ground I stripped the wires a little bit, let's just say. So I might need to fix that. That was fun. Anyways, let's see if no, okay. Oh, I guess I can turn that camera. It's way focused in the other direction. I can turn, it's getting cold out here too. I can turn this guy. you can see the asinine things I get up to when I'm putting stuff away. I don't need this guy or this guy. But yeah, I want to, at some point, start doing more tools. I'm actually more like, my mom was half Korean. So that would make me what, like quarter or something, or a 16th or whatever they say. I don't know. I don't follow any of that shit. Yeah, my mom is half Korean now. How's my Taekwondo? Well, I'm almost 50 and I haven't done it since I was 16, 15, 16, somewhere in there. I think 15. I used to be a black belt. I thought I was a badass and picked a fight with somebody, got my ass kicked. There are techniques in Taekwondo that are quite good. And then there are things that they teach you in Taekwondo that are fucking dumb as fuck. Here's an example of dumb as fuck. Why on earth do you need to jump over 3 people to kick a person? If they're that fucking far away, you ain't in a fight. You ain't got to jump over a horse to kick a guy. If you're that far away, I'm just going to shoot your fucking ass. But yeah, I was a black belt in Taekwondo, and it didn't really. And I went to a place in Killeen, Texas. What was that place called? Well, I went to 2. One was Santa Maria's, and I remember Chuck Norris and Sensei Santa Maria were friends, I guess. Man, this cable is all chewed up. Might be time to retire this guy. They were like buddies. So Chuck Norris came in a couple of times and wowed everybody. Didn't teach a shit. But, you know, he talked to the kids and, you know, all that. That was cool. And then I went to a place called the House of Discipline. Master Lee, tiny little Korean guy, was mean as hell. I mean, like mean. He used to smack us with a stick when we were doing push-ups because we weren't doing them right or whatever. You do a kick, he'd smack you because you didn't do the kick right. You know, he'd smack you in the back of the leg too. Oh. Master Lee. And then at some point, I mean, when I was younger, I got into all kinds of crazy stuff. I didn't know anything about MMA back then. I mean, I'm sure it was around to some degree, but I didn't know anything about it, if it was a thing. But I took judo for a little while, and it was too sporty for me, if that makes any sense. And then got into Aikido because of all people, Steven Seagal. You know, when you're 17, though, you don't know any better. And he was like the dude, right? And the funny thing about Steven Seagal, by the way, is what he does in the movies. 90% of that is not Aikido. It's karate, actually. I think he's a whatever degree black belt in Shotokan karate as well. I think that's what he did before he got into Aikido, actually. We'll see you, Paul. But anyways, yeah, Steven Seagal movies got me into Aikido, and then I was like, man, this is some serious hippie shit. I can't be part of this. So then I migrated into jiu-jitsu, and I think it was Aiki jiu-jitsu, then jiu-jitsu, it was like a place where they studied multiple different types of martial arts. So I guess you could kind of say it was kind of an MMA thing, but it wasn't. But they practiced different things, and then we got into things like Iaido and Kendo and stuff like that. And then I was in my early 20s. And I just, at some point, that was the other thing. I used to be an exceptionally angry person, and was prone to blacking out in the middle of a fight if I got into a fight with somebody. So I was looking for ways to resolve some of that. And none of them really did that. And what I kind of came to the conclusion of at one point, or at some point, was, you're getting too old to be picking fights with people anyways. And I don't like getting hit. That sucks. But I don't know. I kind of wish I'd stuck with some of it, to be honest. I probably wouldn't be 40 pounds overweight. But at the same time, I feel like what I'm doing now is plenty to keep me alive for a while. We'll see. We will see. Mostly everything in this case is done. Put this case out. Yeah, I don't know. When I hit around 20, 25, something happened. I don't know what it was. I grew up. I don't know. But my anger issues kind of really just, it seems really weird to say, but it seems like my anger issues basically disappeared overnight. And I didn't do anything. It was just like one day I woke up and it was no longer a thing. It's not to say I don't get mad, but not like that. I mean, granted, I haven't been hit in a long time, but I used to get blackout like mad without even being hit. Like, you could just touch me and I would lose my shit. And it was not a good scene. No, it's this one. It was not a good scene. I remember I got into a scrap with a crippled guy. I didn't realize he was crippled. I didn't know that at the time. Dude pushed me, and it looked to me like he was attacking me. His arms swung as if he was swinging on me, and I laid into that guy so hard that the store manager had to pull me off of him. And then moments later, another guy that I knew showed up at my house, because I just lived down the road at the time, showed up at my house, and he was like, "Damn, dude, I ain't never seen nobody beat a cripple up like that before. That was crazy." And I was like, "What do you mean a cripple?" He's like, "Yeah, that dude's got a gimp arm." So what had happened was, he did something and I pushed him. I kind of did that, and his arm flew up, and then I just went straight into like annihilation mode. And I don't think I'm the best fighter by any stretch of the imagination, but my grandfather always told me that if you're going to get into a fight, you make sure that motherfucker never forgets it. And I have lived by that rule ever since. And I've had my ass handed to me many times, but I can guarantee you, those dudes remembered that shit. And it wasn't because they whooped my ass, even though they did. Psychedelics. No, never been into that. I did it once, but that was literally like, if you ever watched the Johnny Dangerously movie, there's that dude that's like, my mom told me something once. We did, as kids. God, 17, 18 years old, we went out and bought a bunch of peyote and drank that shit. What a terrible idea. What a terrible idea. I've never touched that kind of stuff ever since. People tried to convince me to do acid and shrooms, and I was like, nope, I've done peyote, fuck all of that. No, thank you. They're like, oh, it's nothing like it. I don't care. I don't care. Don't care. But yeah, that was an experience. I will say that. You know, what's funny is I don't really remember anymore. I mean, God, that's 30 years ago. I don't remember like any of the hallucination aspects of it. I just remember what led up to it. And it was a lot of vomiting. Like, I didn't know I had that much vomit in me. And I didn't realize that my buddies had that much vomit in them. But yeah, it was definitely an experience, if anything. I think the anger thing, I think maybe some of it might have been as a teenager, like an overload of testosterone. You know, you hear the stories of like roid rage. I often wonder if I didn't have some kind of testosterone imbalance at that point, and it just didn't, it tapered off as I got a little older to where it was manageable, you know, and then now even more so. Oh yeah, the chewing tobacco scene. Yeah, yeah. I've been down that road too. I remember being on a horse. Not the only reason I'm not a big horse fan, but I remember being on a horse and one of the ranchers giving me a big old giant plug, red man plug. He was like, here, take a bite off of that. That'll last you the day. And if we were riding something, I don't remember if something spooked the horse or it was just being a dick, but it kind of bucked at one point and I swallowed that thing and, oof, brutal. I don't think I threw up a lot, but man, I was just like, I couldn't do anything for the rest of the day. I was done. It was just, my stomach hurt so bad. And probably had I thrown up, it probably would have felt a lot better. When I have issues like that, that's typically what happens, is you get it out of the system and feel better. So at some point, I got this is I'm not even going to say what it is. I'm going to weigh it because I got a scale right here. That is a 5-pound, 11-ounce billet. I'm going to turn this into a hammer at some point this year because I've been wanting a bigger hammer. So that's what that will be. And I'm thinking about saving that for the power hammer. I think that would be fun to do into the power hammer. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Could be fun just doing it striking too. I want to take a look at my hook. Hey, that looks like it'll hook. Coyotes are out. I can hear them. Can y'all hear them? Probably can't. Sounds like they're in the field over to my right. I think it was last week, they were basically in our yard. We'll have to, yeah, that hook looks pretty good, nice and flat, cool. Yeah, I'm feeling they come back though. I might end up having to pop a couple of them, just to let them know they ain't welcome. But as long as they stay off of my property, and not even off the property, as long as they stay away from the cabin, I don't really care too much. They have a place and they have a job themselves, so I try not to. Some guys around here is just like they'll go hunting them. I'm not about that. I mean, they serve a purpose. People like, up around here, like especially in Michigan, northern Michigan, man, the deer population up there is redonkulous. Why? Because they don't really have any natural predators up there anymore. The same around here. Mm. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to see one bursting through my door. He'd definitely take a shotgun blast to the forehead. Shut this off. I shut that off. Shut this off. Love this quick disconnect things and quick connects for the propane. Love it. Makes it so easy. I love that forge. It's got a couple of minor issues. That's the Apollo from Housemade. But I think those are easily remedied, those issues, especially around the door, the dragon's breath, because the doors don't really cover, they don't go, on a gas forge, you really want your doors to go into the brick, not around your steel, because it will eventually just eat the steel away. Okay, so I got all that put away. Good to go, good to go. I don't think I have anything. This. Nothing else. Got to get the kitty his food again. I guess technically I have 2 cats, but I've never actually met the shop cat, so. Rabies outbreaks with the skunks, that's crazy. Have some like psychotic skunks chasing people down. Do you have to disconnect the propane every night? No, you don't. But because I have the option and ability to do so, I do it because it keeps the propane line from being in my way when I'm working around in the shop, not forging. So it's just one less thing I have to walk over or around. Because it's too hot right now, but like later I can cart, if I wanted to, I can cart the forge out of the way and I don't have to haul the tank with me. Eventually, I've got a 250 gallon tank outside the shop, and eventually I think this spring we're gonna plumb it in and then run hard lines over to various spots in the shop, so that way I can just plug in in various places and then not have to worry about hauling tanks around anywhere, which would be nice because it's also cheaper when they come out to fill out because the home runs off of propane too. So when they fill up the main tank, they could fill that up at the same time, and it's actually a lot cheaper versus taking it somewhere and getting it refilled, especially around these parts. But I don't really. The last 3 weeks is the most I've used gas in a long time, and it's just convenience and a little bit of fear about the camera equipment. And I have some plans and ideas for that, but I'm thinking I might wait until I get some hoods on these guys, because man, these things would throw an insane amount of dust, Getting this clinker out of my table that I'm seeing. This is the problem. Not that I have issues with people coming over and playing, But this is part of the problem when you have guests over forging with you. They don't know your ways as much, and it is not uncommon for people, especially those that are not familiar with coal forges. It is not uncommon for them to dig the fire pot out and just dump it on the table. And when they do that, it just throws all the clinker up on your table. And then if you rake this coal back into that fire, guess what you've just done? You've raked a ton of clinker back into your fire. So I do not do that. Do not approve. So never shovel out the fire pot onto the table. If it's at your place, that's one thing. If you're somebody else's, don't do that unless they tell you to. And then even if they tell you to, I would say, hey, when you do that, you're just throwing a bunch of clinker on your table. That's just eventually going to make its way right back into your fire. That didn't seem very efficient. Do you really want to start with a dirty fire? You're not going to get all the clinker out. There's always going to be a little bit, but you got big chunks, man. Get it out of there. Something you can grab. I don't know why I'm doing that, to be honest. I just noticed it and then couldn't stop. So it's midnight, and I said I was going to stop at 11. $3.49 a pound. Yeah, I think we're $3.99 a pound. Can't be good for the lungs. I wouldn't know. I keep a filter going while I'm forging in coal. So just always keep it filter. That way I don't have to worry about that. You can hear my alarm clock going off telling me it's midnight. So yeah, as long as you keep yourself well ventilated and filtered, coal's good. You guys don't have coal in Southern California? You guys can get Coke though, right? I mean, I say coal, but I mean, there is coal on this table, but I'm mostly a Coke user. Like all this over here is all Coke. So that's all Coke. I got, you can get Coke? That's interesting. Let me ask Ed, because I know he shoot horses in Southern California. I'll ask Ed about getting Coke. Because I'm not going to say that Ed didn't use gas, but he is pretty hardcore coal/Coke guy. That if anybody would know, it'd probably be him. John Williams is not in Southern California though. I mean, I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying there might be some hidden gems out there if I can find one for you. I mean, but there's propane gets the job done, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's a lot more propane users than coal users, I would guess. And these parts, it's relatively easy to get. Oh wow! The Farrier Supply Shop doesn't even carry Coke. That's crazy. But yeah, around these parts, it's relatively easy to get, but we're less than 10 hours away from major. Indiana itself had coal mines. They're not. I don't think any of them are active anymore, but we're less than say 10 hours away from mines in various directions around these parts. I think we can still get bagged coal for $14 a bag, which is 50-pound bags, which is relatively decent. I think it's gone up a little bit since I first got into this, and I think you could get them for like $12 a bag when I first started. And then the Coke, I want to say I paid $875 for almost 4 tons. I don't think I got quite 4 tons. I have it written down. I have the receipt somewhere. It wasn't quite 4 tons though. It was like a little over, I think maybe 3. Yeah, I would imagine gas forges are much easier for farriers. I could see that. I mean, especially when you're going, especially if you're a farrier that has to go from ranch to ranch. Four tons of coal. Okay, so coal and coke are going to be different, and then it's also going to depend on the size. I forget what they call this, grade A or double A coke. So most of the time it's not much bigger than this. So about 1 inch and under. And I do the same for green coal, except for this stuff is not green coal. This is actually anthracite. So it came in these really big chunks. I only bought that bag to play with it because it was $5. But the Coke, I can get, so I have a 275 gallon, what are those, IBC totes, I guess? Yeah, IBC tote. And I cut it in half to take the tops off and the cage off, half of it. And I was able to fill 2 of those up. So whatever that came out to, plus whatever was lingering on the trailer, because they just took a bucket load and just dumped it on the trailer and filled those things up. So whatever that was, I think 3 tons would, each one of those will easily hold a ton. And I overfilled, mine were like crowned. So I'm guessing I probably got 3 tons. It sounds about right. That number sounds right. So whatever that comes out to. As far as storing it, coal or coke can be stored outside. You're better off if you can keep it covered. That's the better, like anything, the sun will destroy anything. The sun will destroy anything in time. So if you can keep it out of direct sunlight, that's the best way. Rain doesn't really matter, except for coke. Coke is very porous, and water will tend to get into it. And as it heats up, that water has got to go somewhere. It's going to expand quickly, and these will explode. It's not like a dangerous explode, but they do explode. And nothing's more fun than dodging red hot chunks of coal, when they go off. And then the coal, no, it's not a fire hazard. Coal, depending on where you put it, maybe could possibly potentially be a fire hazard if a flame got to it, because coal has volatiles. Coke has the volatiles and impurities burnt out of it. So that all coke is think of charcoal, right? So wood turns into charcoal, coal turns into coke. So this is essentially the charcoal version of coal. So the impurities are burned out. That's what makes green coal easy to light, though, is all of those volatiles. But even then, like if you were just to take a match and throw it on a pile of coal, I don't think it's going to light. It's going to take a little bit more than that. That said, it can still ignite. I mean, if you're not careful. I mean, like sitting out in the sun or getting hot, that's not going to ignite it or anything. But yeah, but even then, it's not like charcoal, it's not like wood where it radiates a lot of heat and starts igniting everything. It's going to need, to give you an idea, at Quad State a couple of years ago, I had a fire and I wanted to keep it going. So what I did is I was using coal at the time, green coal. So I just mounded it all up on, on the fire, and then I opened up my ash dump, which would allow ambient air to come through just to keep it lit a little bit. It wouldn't have taken much to keep it lit. It reignites really quickly and easily. However, I went away and I was gone for almost 2 hours. Lunch, came back, and because it was windy, the side of my mound was all hot, and you could see where it had burned through it. But the rest of the back side of the mound was fine. So to give you an idea, I mean, that coal got used up on one side where the wind was hitting it. So if it's in an area where it's going to get constant wind, that's something to think about. But if you keep it boxed up, it's not a problem. And then as far as like if you're in an area like this where it can freeze, water can be a problem. So you don't want rain getting on it, because like anything else, if rain gets in there and it freezes, it expands, it's going to start cracking stuff and it's going to turn things into dust. The other problem is if it freezes, good luck getting it out, because you're essentially remining it at that point, it feels like. So anytime my coke gets frozen, it's a pain in the ass to get it out of there. In there with a pickaxe, digging it out. And then the anthracite, like I said, I just tried it. It was like $6, I think, maybe $6 for the bag. And a lot of people don't like it, but I tell you what, if you've got an electric blower on your forge, it burns just fine. Now, I wouldn't want to use that stuff with a hand crank blower. Fuck that. You do have to keep constant air going to it, but it worked fine. And it got crazy hot. Yeah, and that's the other thing, man. When it comes to like, you can wet it to prevent it from spreading as easily. But one of the things, people used to laugh at me at my old place, because I would have my forge right outside of my garage door, and I would be forging in like torrential downpour rains. I didn't care, and the coal didn't care, because the fire pot was nice and toasty. The rest of the table was soaking, sopping wet, but it didn't care. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a good fire, right? If you have a good fire going, a campfire, rain ain't going to stop it. No, not if you've built it right. I mean, it would take a lot. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna finish wrapping up, and I'm gonna get to bed because it is midnight here. And I'm trying to soak every last ounce out of this cigar. But I will catch y'all later, man. I'm going to go inside. Well, I'm going to pack up, and then I'm going to go inside, and then I'm going to get to bed. So y'all have a good